Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for episode 3 of our demo play series for Heroic Chord, The Creeping Tangle. Uh, I am super excited for today. This is the penultimate episode that we're doing, which means we only have one more left next week, which again is exciting and also disappointing because I love doing these 4-part episodes, but they come to an end so quickly. I'm used to campaigns spanning months and years, and as much as I would love to play all of these games I'm learning for months and years, I don't have that kind of time. Nobody has that kind of time. Not until we figure out how to grow TARDISes or something. But what do we got going on today? Yes, the penultimate episode of The Creeping Tangle. Few announcements to start off. I'll be honest, I completely overbooked myself this week. I got a little bit ambitious with what I was doing, so I haven't gotten to the editing portion of the tutorial videos yet. They've been recorded mostly. There's some things I want to go back and tweak, re-record. But they need to be edited, and then they're going to go up. I do feel bad that we're this far into the series, and I haven't gotten the tutorials up yet. They should have been up by now. But instead, you have some fun interviews to go watch because I started a new series, or sort of spin-off series, of RPGs Uncovered, my Whip Workshop series, in which I interview new and returning indie TTRPG creators who are currently designing and crowdfunding a new game. So we had two this week because I was a crazy person and scheduled two interviews in the same week while trying to run multiple games. But I had a fantastic conversation with two great creators. You can find those VODs actually just down below. It was within the week, so they're still available. Likewise, they will be coming to YouTube very shortly. And yeah, they were fantastic interviews. The first one was about Shiver, a horror game. Uh, but it's a horror game in a very broad sense. You can do anything from Scooby-Doo and Ghostbusters to Aliens and Predator, or to actual horror movies of titles I don't know because I don't watch horror movies. But you can do a lot of really cool stuff with that game, and they are currently kickstarting a new expansion for a gothic horror setting and a new expansion to their different classes and whatnot. So that's one of them linked down below. And then just yesterday, we interviewed Pagoda Games about C22, a deck building cyberpunk game. Very interesting new game. I've never played a game that doesn't use dice. And uses cards instead. Very different mechanics. The creator of the game is very mechanics focused, so most of that interview did focus around explaining the mechanics and the inspiration for the mechanics, and looking at the setting and how play would progress through a sort of mechanical eye. Whereas Parable Games on Shiver was a much more narrative thinking person, and we had a lot of fun conversations about different stories. So that's what I love about doing these interviews. You talk to different creators, you get completely different responses, even if you're asking fairly similar questions. So if you wanna learn about new games, and you want to learn about the creators of those games, go check out those VODs. Really cool interviews, and I actually have some more coming up. Not for a couple weeks, fortunately, but some more coming up. We're gonna get back to some Whip Workshop. Let's see, what else do we have going on? Pull out my calendar. I know we have the return of our Lugon Project one shot, part 2 this time, because that's how one shots work. Not next Saturday, but the following Saturday, the 19th, and that will be at 1 p.m. EST. If you missed the first Lugon Project one shot, that is available on YouTube. You can head over there. It is a fantastic high fantasy setting for Pathfinder First Edition, or at least that's what we're playing it in. There has been if it's not done yet, it is something that is very much in the works, but a 5th edition, a D&D 5th edition conversion to that. But it's a setting about how magic and fantastical creatures would develop through the lens of evolutionary sciences, and it has a lot of great Eastern European folklore sort of built in. It's a great system, super fun, really fun one shot that we ran. At this point, a couple months back. That was back in December, actually. Um, so go check that out if you're interested in that, because we have part two coming up shortly. And I believe that's everything I have listed at the moment. We may have another whip workshop coming up around the fourth week of March. But stay tuned for that later. Speaking of staying tuned, the best way to keep informed is to follow us on social media and on Discord. So we have all of our Twitter handles rotating on the overlay here. Uh, and of course, you can find links down below for our Twitter, the People's Ascension Twitter, and our Discord. Discord is a great way to meet other people who are interested in games, and most notably, meet creators of new indie games. So if you're looking for a new game to play, we have a really nice and quickly growing community of indie creators there. So if you're looking for a new game, I'm sure there's somebody there who has either made it or can put you point you in the right direction. So come hang out. It's not just creators, it's players, it's general enthusiasts. We have a thriving meme channel, as all good Discord servers do. So come hang out and just talk about games or talk about whatever. We're friendly people. Uh, and talking about friendly people, the best way to support the show is really just to tell people about us. If you like what we're doing, if you like the demo play, if you like the tutorial videos that we put out, if you like interviews, just let other people know, whether that's word of mouth or on other Discords or on the social medias, because the best way that we can grow is just by getting more eyes on us, and getting the AI overlords to pay attention to us more. But of course, if you do really like what we're doing and you want to help support in a monetary way, you can head over to our support sites. We have a Ko-Fi and a Patreon. They both get updated at the same time with the same stuff. It's just whichever you prefer. But that's the best way to help us grow the channel in both quality and quantity. I have a lot of really cool things that I'd like to work towards. Of course, character art, maps, music, and of course, a fund for actually purchasing all these new games that keep coming out. So if you want to support us in a monetary way, those support sites are the best way to do it, and we get to give you stuff for it. Not only do you get after shows, which are super fun, we've had some really great after shows for this particular series, though they're always super fun. You get after shows, you get character sheets, you get for the there's a player side tier and there's a GM side tier. So if you're interested in player side information, you can get different insights there, as well as character sheets, and that's where rules breakdowns or extended rules breakdowns would be. And then on the little bit higher tier for the GM side of things, you get my notes and you get things like, for this particular game, the crises that I've created, and those have been super fun to create. And I'll be honest, most of them we've only seen about half of what they're capable of. So if you're interested in seeing what you can really push this game to do from a GM's perspective, that's the place to go for it. I know I also posted the discovery section that we did the previous episode. So yeah, a lot of GM side information on there as well. Okay, I think I have been talking for well long enough here. Let's actually get into our game. Uh, and of course, before we do that, we need to say hello to everybody who is going to be playing our game.
Hi.
So, as we usually do, let's start off with Kat, the creator of the game, and the reason we all get to be here. Hello, welcome. Good morning, ish.
Hi. Good morning. It is me. I am Kat. Hello. You can find me on Twitter at CatlinGun. I do lots of stuff. I love to do stuff, really, all the time, including writing games like this one. I am currently the most important thing that I have to pitch is a bundle of solo games called Solo But Not Alone. There's 101 single player games in there for a $10 donation to suicide prevention org Jasper's Game Day, who looks to reduce suicides by funding supports like crisis lines and also through funding mental health education, especially in schools. So if that is as important to you as it is to me, I would urge you to check it out and get a bunch of just top tier solo game experiences while you're at it. Um, can I trust you to put a link in Chatsy for me, please?
Uh, yes, I am. I am
Because
actually looking for it right now. Here it
I'll
is.
put it
No,
in
I
the
found it. I found
okay,
it. I got it.
perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much. It's only running until the 9th, which means I'm gonna have to come up with a new intro next week.
Yes, here we go. Solo but not alone. 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, fantastic bundle, fantastic games, fantastic calls, and I mean you can't beat that price. Over 100 games for $10. Go check it out.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cool stuff on here. And of course, I can throw up the Peach Garden Games website as a whole, so they can go check out all of
Oh
your other
yeah.
amazing stuff, your other games, and of course, Sword to Symphonies, your own podcast.
Yes, I do love to do podcasts. I love it.
All right, let's throw it over to Donna. Hello, good morning. I keep
Hello.
saying good morning. It's 2 o'clock where I am, but I'm still super tired.
Good afternoon. Hi guys, my name is Donna. I'm very excited to be playing this. Very sad that it's going to be ending, but I had such a blast with my fellow players and DMs, so it's been amazing. The only thing I really have to plug is my Twitter, which is Shabro. It's XIABRO. And there you can find out what I'm doing, like what games I'm being part of, or what voice acting gigs that I am allowed to say that I have successfully auditioned for. And then let's see. I also have a Twitch channel. It's VERXIACE. It's pronounced Versace, which is again another pun on my last name. I actually won a gaming PC, which is like hilarious, and so that came in, and I will be able to actually stream video games without the frame rate dropping to like 1 frame per second.
Mm,
So very
that's important.
excited for that. Very excited to be streaming. So come on over, check me out. I've got a ton of things that I want to play and a ton of things that I want to do. So
All right. Also, not to get in before Pat, but Roll20 has a new dark mode feature, which is just the best thing they've ever done.
Yeah,
Anyway,
agreed.
yeah, yeah. The map is still super bright, but you can put down a darker. I should do that. Anyway, last but certainly not least, rounding us off, Pat, welcome. Good
Hi.
afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon. Morning is relative, so if you want it to be morning, I'm cool
Yeah.
with that.
yeah.
We're in what, like 3 different time zones? So,
true.
um, I'm Pat, or Badger the Cynic. I have plans to start streaming on Twitch soon. I have a Savage Worlds game that I've been running for 2 years, and we're gonna stream the next chapter. And then beyond that, I also probably going to do some video game streaming, things like that. I'm also on Twitter as Badger the Cynic. But I don't really have anything going on right now except this. So this really is the only place to find me until I get the ball rolling on the rest of that.
All right, exciting stuff. Yeah, we got you first, but hopefully we can help you along the way and inspire you to do your own fun streams.
Hmm.
Absolutely. This has been a blast, and I'm really looking forward to setting up my own channel and everything. So
Mm-hmm. All right. One other fun announcement because it's still fairly new. We have our own new emote, a People's Ascension staple, the Heart Tomato.
Yay.
So
Yay.
if you want to support any cute, lovey moments in our games, or just want to celebrate, yeah, go spam some heart tomatoes because they are delicious.
Mm.
Anyway, let's actually dive into our game. So, where did we leave off? We left off having liberated a town and a well exploded, and now everybody's taking a nap. But before all that happened, uh, as before, my own GM side of things, and since this is a demo play, as a GM, I like to have my players give me the recap so that it's a great way to ensure that we're all on the same page and that I get to understand what the players felt were important and the things they latched onto. And then if there are things that I felt were important that they overlooked, that I can throw that in if needed. And it's a great way just to get people transitioned into playing the game and thinking in character and thinking about things going forward. So let me throw it over to my three amazing players here. Who wants to recap what happened last week?
Well, we ended with a pretty spectacular moment from uh, Donna there, uh, and a big fade to white as the well exploded. Um, but
Ugh.
before that, we worked pretty hard to actually save the town that we thought we were going to have lost. Um, and I feel like that is largely thanks to Marius deciding that that was a priority.
Yes. Marius struck a chord with with Doyle and Maud, whereas Callus was trapped by some vines that were
Oh yeah,
encircling
you were
her.
stuck. You were stuck
Yeah,
with her.
but was able to rescue a lot of the villagers that we had originally potentially written off as players.
Because here's the thing about the villagers. They did have vines all up in them, and they were vine zombies. And earlier in the session, we encountered a deer that was a vine zombie, and Kalos did end the deer's life, and it was extremely difficult for everybody. Um, so we went from having to end the deer's life because it was a vine zombie to going to a village full of them and casting a big spell that fixed not all of them. Some of them had flowers sticking out of their heads, and those ones did a die when the spell was cast because the vine was removed from them and they became corpse. But the ones who didn't have a flower were fine and became our best friends and
Yeah,
helped us to free the town, which was very beautiful.
there are some things you just don't come back from, and I think that we saved as many people as we reasonably could.
I'd argue more people than we reasonably could.
Oh, yeah, yeah. That is fair. That is fair.
And it's on our way to the village, we found a really pretty hill. So we painted a picture. Maud helped us make paints, so we painted a picture for Kalos's family.
And we also, as we continued to venture towards, was able to make an herbicide that came in
Mm-hmm.
quite
Yeah.
handy when dealing
Yep.
with the vines.
Yes.
And I think most importantly, we did not burn down the town, although it was an option.
It was an option, but we decided against it. And I
Yes.
think that was a good choice. I stand by it.
Yeah.
We did an infiltration and it didn't go great. So then we decided to stop trying to infiltrate and not be stealthy even a little bit.
I think didn't go great is the understatement. When didn't go great means
Doyle got
explosion.
catched.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Doyle got catched. So I did a little bit of damage to property, and it caused rubble to happen, which enabled Doyle to escape,
Yeah.
and the vines to loosen up, which enabled Doyle to escape.
Yeah.
But
Callus also shot at
yeah, shot at it very powerfully. And the result of that is that they definitely knew for sure that we were there. So we were like, okay, no stealthies for us, please.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
Doyle was
And
trying very hard
to
to stealth.
I really was, but there's only so much you can do with a bright white winged elk.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But I do want to say the damage done to the building, I think, is relative, considering that the entire town had already been destroyed by vines.
Yeah.
So, like, the scale of things you probably didn't add too much extra work.
Yeah, I mean,
Also,
that's fair.
this recap, I don't believe we have listed any 2 events in the correct chronological order.
No.
No,
We are
haven't.
working backwards.
We're
and then
helpful like
forwards.
that.
We're not even working backwards. We're
No, we're
hopping
not.
everywhere.
Um,
We're
This recap scattered a little bit.
yeah.
Little.
a little bit.
And then Marius decided to add to the pool by using tactics to tell the party, because he got by vines a bunch, to just go to the well and go ahead. And as an edge success, he took his very last scatter and was the first party member to take a nap in the vines.
Mm-hmm.
He just took a vine nap. And then Kalos and Doyle hucked the herbicide in the well.
And then followed that up with some Molotovs that we
Yeah.
did not use to burn down the town.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, we had Molotovs from earlier, and we
Mhm.
put
Yeah.
them in the hole for sure. And then there was a big explosion, and then everybody took a nap.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. We all just joined Marius.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everybody do a sleepy bye. Maud was doing a weird ritual that we didn't really engage with or ask questions about at all, really.
I think it's because we're trusting team.
we trust our teammate, and also we didn't know what it was, and really didn't feel like maybe it was our place to say anything.
It was also the heat of combat at that point.
Yeah, it was the
Yeah.
heat of combat, and we were doing cool combat things. Did we miss anything aside from the chronological order?
Aside from the chronological order that I'm trying to piece together here.
Well, we started with the painting, if we're going chronological. Painting and then herbicide.
And then
well,
deer.
we
And then the
started actually, which last episode was pretty packed. We started back in Rose
entirely
Rest,
different town.
finishing up the conversation with Mold, who they hinted that they had knowledge or some sort of experience or some sort of learning. Everything with Mold is a little vague, probably to themselves as well. That they've had some sort of experience in some fashion with this entity, or at least with visions of this entity, and insisted that they come along with you on your journey to, investigate the vision from the previous episode, which led you to this town, in the hopes that going there would spark more visions, would help them either remember, put things together, or have more visions point them and you in the next direction, because this is a problem that is quickly taking root and spreading, and presumably you need to find the source and stem that back. So Maud is tagging along with you guys. There was a little confusion as to their frailty. Spent most of the journey on Nepho's back, and then as soon as Nepho was needed, she gracefully hopped off without any problem, which was amusing.
Yes.
Let's see. We spent some time just exploring the environment and the discovery rules, which we've talked about briefly. We found that hill with which overlooked a sprawling expanse of other rolling hills filled with flowers of various colors. It was a beautiful moment, a point of rest and tranquility with everything else that has been going on. Maud helped you create paints so you could capture the moment in a painting, and it actually provided you some fun spell pieces to use in the following crisis, which we did get to use. We also we found some herbicide, which was incredibly useful. That was another discovery roll. That one from adaptability. Oh, and then we had the discovery of a little glade with evidence that the creeping Tangle has been here in some fashion. A thorn-wrapped deer that was still alive but unresponsive. It was put down in a rough but heartfelt moment. A little
It
bit
was a real
of
bummer.
yeah, real heavy. A little bit of investigation found that at least one other creature escaped, and that there was evidence of a buck having done some damage with its antlers. So we'll see if that ever comes up. I'm sure it's fine.
Yeah.
And then you guys made it to the town. Scouting occurred, explosions occurred, leaping over walls occurred, and a fantastic combat crisis resolution. In this case, it was mostly combat because we focused on the destroy route, uh, which resulted in you guys pushing through, actually saving the townsfolk, a majority of the townsfolk, with a clutch, super expensive spell, a chord, allowing players to pool their spell resources and add spells, get into a group cast, which was super fun, and made your way to the well, where you destroyed whatever demon or entity, whatever aspect of the creeping tangle had taken root there. And with that, there was a sort of demonic explosion, well greater than what you would expect from throwing Molotovs down a well, and a growling, a large growl that associated with this. And then the force of the blast threw you all a few feet back, and everything faded to white.
Hey, gang, did you notice that this is the first time Jack has used the D word?
I
The
did
word
not
demonic?
notice.
The word did. This is the first time it's come up.
I did think it was
Mhm.
an interesting
Yeah.
thing, but I wasn't like, oh, that's the first time. Oh, Kat, you got good eyes. You got good ears. You got good ears.
Yeah.
I said eyes. I was like, wait, ears. I'm
Those
excited
sound
about that.
eyes.
Mm-hmm.
I'm excited about that because I love demons.
Mm.
They're my
Uh,
best friends.
yeah. And in fact, this is going back to episode 1, but I believe it was Marius who saw a vision of some sort of large uh,
Yeah.
thorn
Oh yeah.
creature. Yeah.
A scary thorn monster for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which we didn't encounter in the city. So,
No.
maybe.
I mean, it could potentially have been what the tangle in the bottom of the well would turn into if we gave it time to hatch.
Maybe. I like that you're an optimist, Pat.
Yeah. We called it early. That's it. Take a victory lap.
Yep.
Go back to Rose Rest. Have a nice, delicious strawberry feast.
Oh, I
It
love
won't
that.
try again. There are no other
No.
birds out there
No.
becoming, traps.
Yeah. Okay. So let's pick up pretty much right where we left off. Everything has faded to white for pretty much everybody involved. Now, Doyle and Marius, you're going to be a bit more involved in this for reasons that I'm sure will become evident. Kalos, unfortunately, for similar reasons, is going to kind of get a vibe, but Maud was caught in this situation, the explosion of the well, with everybody else, and they were maybe not at the peak of their ritual, but certainly well within it when that happened. And Doyle and Marius, going back to episode 1, had a bit of a connection with Maud during that first vision, and maybe there's still some bleed over here, because when you come to, or I should say, you would recognize that you're not coming to just yet, but instead of being blacked out or whited out, you realize that you're having some sort of vision, out of body experience, whatever it may be. what you first get, even while you're still seeing white, and normally you get knocked out, and you see white or you see black, and then you, in your own perspective, pretty much immediately wake up, usually with a headache and some sores. But this whiteout lasts. You realize a passage of time, and then you realize a change in yourself. You feel larger, and you feel the air whipping past your body. It's chilled, but not uncomfortably cold. And of course, you get that familiar rose scented breeze that you've come to expect uh, in your immediate adventure. And you definitely feel like you're moving, swimming, flying, but you don't recognize a body to yourself in whatever this new form it is that you're taking. You hear what sounds like distant thunder, a low rumble. But it lasts longer than it should. And then you realize the rumble isn't coming from some far off distance, it's coming from whatever disembodied center that you have. And you continue to feel this rush of air, and the white begins to fade, almost as if it's clouds. Now, your characters, perhaps Kalos, but Kalos really isn't in the vision. But Doyle and Marius probably would have no understanding, no experience coming down out of a cloud layer. But that is essentially what it looks like. The white fading in fluffy overlays until you zoom down fairly quickly to a rather familiar expanse of rolling fields. Maybe not familiar in the sense that you've been there, but you've been surrounded by rolling fields for the better part of the last 3 or 4 days. But you focus on a buck, a male deer. But it moves in this twitchy, staggery fashion. And as you approach, you notice that he's covered in thorns, which wrap around his body, piercing into his flesh, wrapping up around the antlers. And you notice that it moves. Continually moves forward with a purpose, but not necessarily with any determined speed. It also doesn't seem to be aware of your presence. However, you do notice, as it's moving every now and then, it stops, raises its head, sort of sniffs the air, and its ears do that wiggling in a certain direction, as if it's looking, listening for something, maybe responding to something. It shifts a little bit and continues forward. You're not terribly certain of the passage of time in this whatever experience you're having, but you notice after not too long that the vines on this buck begin to gray and brown. Maybe not turn brittle, but turn hard. They lose that green sheen to them. And as you realize this, you realize too that every hoof fall the deer makes leaves a little bit of frost behind in its step. As it clomps forward, stops, listens, readjusts slightly, clomps forward some more. That frost getting heavier until it's leaving brownish grayish patches in the grass where the cold is killing off the grass, leaving frost patches and small icicles in its wake. And it continues to trot forward, and that whiteness begins to take your vision again, but not in the form of clouds enveloping you, but as if that white is creeping in from ground level until this enthorned buck is clomping through a searing expanse of white. And then you notice a haziness, dark haziness, smoke or oil and water, something that is beginning to cloud this vision, a sort of disembodied experience that you're seeing. The rose-scented breeze picks up. And you begin to lose yourself or find yourself again. That form you've taken, whatever it is, doesn't so much recede, but you lose connection with it. That rumble in the distance goes quiet until you almost forget that it was even there. And that darkness takes your vision, if you even want to call it that, until, once again, it feels like you have simply blacked out. And then you blink, and you open your eyes. Laying on the cobblestone of this town that you've just liberated, a slight, well, I shouldn't even say slight, a very noticeable smell of burned leaves, burned vegetation in the air. And the sound of many people coming to. Now to clarify, because that was narrated mostly for Doyle and Marius from Kalos's point of view. You didn't get that vision. You weren't linked into Maud's prophetic, mind sharing from your experience in the first ritual, but you did get a sense of confusion and then familiarity, remembrance. But it's I'm not sure if anyone can relate to this, but remembering that you've forgotten something, and that you almost remember what it is you've forgotten, but you can't quite put your finger on it. Then you get a sense of worry, a sense of direction, but anxiety that comes with it. And then you feel the chill, the cold. Not so much the emotion, but you actually wake up feeling cold. You wake up shivering. And then, just as this sort of recollection came to you, it recedes, and you get a sense of confusion again until you wake up on your own. Now, of course, what felt like a much longer experience for the other two is a series of rapid-fire emotions and sensations that happens while you're mostly unconscious. But you wake up with this more or less fresh in your groggily, probably concussed minds. I will say, actually, that it is Maud that comes over to the three of you. Probably, if I remember the geography of everybody, Kalos had just gotten out of the Callus, did you approach the well as well? Yeah, you came to the well and helped
Yes, I was on.
Doyle.
Yes, I was on Nefo's back for
Yeah,
sure. So then when the explosion happened, Nefo tried to take to the sky, but we just fell asleep.
yeah. It was Kat that's a few meters behind because she
Yeah.
got knocked out. I should say Marius, a few meters
Yeah.
behind. Yeah, so it's probably actually the three of you begin to wake up mostly at the same time. But I will say Marius, because you were probably closest to Maud. You come to with Maud standing over you, kneeling over you, hands on your shoulder, shaking you lightly, looking you over, realizing that you're coming to. They extend a hand to help you up.
Oh, thank you. Are you all right?
We are all, from what I can tell, we are all quite fine now.
Good. Good.
They
I got a
say
question.
once again, Maud is always sort of in this state of semi-scatter, uh, always eyes mostly unfocused. When you get their attention and really focus in on a conversation, they can focus, but their resting face is one of a distant stare.
How much scatter do I have?
Uh,
Did I take a full-on sleepy nap? Am I fine now?
um, Now, when you scatter and you fall unconscious,
Yeah.
uh, normally what I would imagine is that you just kind of roll that into a long rest.
That's the way I usually do it,
Hmm.
but if you have different plans, I'm open to them.
Uh, at this point, I would say no. Just to keep the narration, just to keep the story going. I don't want to have Marius locked out for like the rest of the evening. So I think
Yeah.
this small concussion, and with the help of Maud, maybe she comes over. Maybe they actually pull out some smelling salts or something. You're probably still at max scatter, but you are responsive.
Okay.
Yeah,
So for now, I am still pretty messed up, but I can get up and move around.
yeah.
Okay. It's right.
So Marius is a fairly big guy,
Yeah.
and Maud is not. They are
Maud is
quite
little.
slight, and uh, at least appear feeble in both body and mind, but have proven in both instances that that is simply a facade. Uh, but yes, they will help you up
Yeah.
and start making their way to the other two.
Oh, I better. Yes. And yeah, I think whoever's a little bit further, Marius is gonna go wake up. So that basically the person Maud doesn't go to wake up, Marius is going to.
Sure. Uh, Maud will head over to Doyle.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is Nefo here? How's Nefo?
Nefo as well is coming too. In fact, you can see around you all of those people that you had liberated from the thorns. They're starting to wake up as well. A little bit worse for wear than the rest of you because they're not rangers. But you do notice that the sort of gleaming ethereal armor and weapons and simply radiance they had from that spell you cast previously has worn off at this point. But
No.
they are themselves and they're coming too.
Oh, well, Nefo, let's make sure our friend is okay. Let's.
Mm.
Kalos? Kalos? Are you all right?
What the heck was that?
I have no idea what you're talking about, but Nefo and I are very concerned.
I mean, God. Yes. You overextended, so you
I
don't know, right? You don't know
I
what happened.
I don't know what happened and have very little idea what's going on at the moment. It's true.
Well, are you okay?
I am not dead. I
Good
am
enough. You're right.
reasonably certain that I am not dead. You would tell me if I were, right?
No. Um,
That's fair. It's a difficult conversation to have with a person.
or a dead spirit. It was we made it to the well, and
Oh, good.
Doyle, and she looks at, she's like, "Where's Doyle?"
Maud
Doyle,
is tending
okay.
to Doyle.
Let's Doyle. We like threw the thing in, and then the well went whoosh, and then that's it. That's all I can remember.
Oh, let's get you two standing. Can you get back up on your hooves, Nefo? Okay. And Maurice is gonna kind of extend a hand down to try to help Kalos up.
And Callus takes it and is like, and is pulled to standing.
I am glad you are all right. I was concerned.
Well, yeah, I saw you go down, and that really messed with me.
I'm sorry. Sorry. Yes, thank you.
Yeah,
Yes, I am sorry to worry you.
it's fine. I just, you know, I don't usually see you go down, so
Hmm.
was
I get the impression neither of us is particularly good at having friends. And um I'm a little scrambled at the moment, but I am not particularly good at having friends, and so I am constantly concerned for the ones that I have at all times. Um,
yeah. I mean, guess you're right. Before you was just Nefo, and then after you was Doyle. So I have 3.
hmm. I have my partner back at the Legion, and you two, and Nefo.
Yeah, Nefo's a friend to everyone.
Yes.
Uh, let's let's check in on Doyle because he was on his last limbs, and I was not. So he probably took the fall worse than me.
Well, that's reasonable. Um, I would, however, caution you against allowing yourself to feel guilty regarding that. I think that it is occasionally in your nature to feel bad about these things, and I would like it if you didn't, please.
Very kind of you. Um, do my best, but no promises. How about that?
That's all anyone can expect, I suppose.
Thank you. Thanks for coming to check up on me. It's nice to see a friend when you wake up.
Mm,
So,
happy to.
yeah,
Let's go
we should,
give Doyle the same courtesy.
that's what I was thinking. And she probably leans more heavily on Nefo in
Mhm.
kind of like a spoiled, bratty, like, carry me, I
Mhm.
demand it. Instead of like a please carry me, she's like, Nefo, do your thing.
Not a problem for Nefo. Nefo is a large creature. You can throw your weight over on him, and yeah.
Yeah, she's a little bit dramatic about it too. She's like, like as she gets carried, she's like, good, Good. Thank you, Nefa.
Yes, Doyle is coming to around this time as well. Yeah, a little bit longer than everybody else. You were a bit more battered, a little bit closer to the well, got through a little bit further,
Yeah.
just the way the wind took the blast or whatever it was. But you would likewise wake up to Maud leaning down over you, helping wake you, helping you up.
Yeah, as I recall, before Doyle blew up the well, he was at 1 hit point,
Mm-hmm.
and then he threw a Molotov into a well, blowing it up. So,
Yeah.
yeah, he's not doing great
Mm-hmm.
at the moment. Probably takes a little longer to actually open his eyes once he is conscious. Just like when I open my eyes, the world has consequences again.
Mm-hmm.
But he does begrudgingly start to stand up and looks around at what's going on.
Ah,
Maud will actually speak to that, even though you did not say it out loud. The world does have consequences for us. We
Yeah,
see around. They spread their arms to the multitude of people also standing. Consequences. Then their brow furrows. But more now, before, later. You saw consequence. Forgotten. Remembered.
Doyle nods and says, "Yeah, yeah, consequences and responsibilities."
Remember. I turn and just sort of stare off for a bit as the other two approach.
Doyle, Maud.
Doyle.
How's everyone?
Deeply confused.
Could be worse.
Sounds about right.
Are you okay?
Um, okay is relative, but I'm conscious again. So,
Good enough.
Hmm. As cheerful as ever, I see.
Conscious.
Maud, are
so
you okay?
Yes.
Cool.
Doyle, I think that now that he's standing, he's seen that everybody is more or less, you know, okay and at the very least able to stand. He's gonna go see what he can see down where the well once was, if there is even still a well there, rather than just a crater.
Mm. Yeah, you don't. A lot of you don't need to travel far. You were thrown feet, not halfway across the city.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can head over to the well. It is actually still intact. There is there's that sort of soot scarring on the stone on the inside from the fire, and from the blasted away and sort of flash disintegrated plant matter from down below. You remember vaguely in the moments before throwing in the herbicide and the Molotovs, you did hear and feel that growling breathing coming from down the well. That is no longer there. You look down and it is dark. Even before you looked down, and you could only really see writhing movement down there, not a lot of light makes it all the way to the bottom of a well. And now with the sides of the well being blackened, you don't see much, but that's probably, you don't see or hear or feel anything, so that's probably a good sign. You can actually see as you take that in, as you look back up and around, that the massive vines that have pierced through the entirety of the town do seem to look like they are starting to lose their color and starting to sag a bit.
I think
They're not moving at the very least anymore.
Well, that's progress.
I think Marius is going to go around to the townspeople and kind of like make sure everyone's okay, help people up, shake some hands, kiss some babies. There probably aren't any babies, but like, he's extremely scattered, so he doesn't remember that he's terrified of strangers.
Hmm.
And he's in this moment very worried about everybody present.
With the conversations you've had, actually, many of them have gotten up and banded together in small packs. But a lot of them have just kind of been keeping off to the periphery because it seemed like you were still doing your ranger thing. But as soon as you break away, as you're walking towards them, this whole mass of people starts walking towards you, and there's a fervor of handshakes and congratulations and thank yous as everyone comes over and they want to shake your hands.
Oh.
They want to give you a
Yeah.
hug.
Well,
They
that is
want to thank
completely
you.
fine with Scatter Marius.
Hmm.
Scatter Marius is okay with hugs. He's kind of stunned, but he's very sociable.
Mm. Mm.
Just, making sure everyone's okay. And maybe doing a little. Does he know medicine? No.
Callus knows medicine. You want
He doesn't.
Callus to come.
No, I don't think Scatter Marius has the brain that says Kalos can do this. I will tag Kalos in to help. I think Scatter Marius is just gonna do his best to help all the people.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Yeah, I mean these people were, before you arrived, assaulted by the creeping Tangle in whatever form. Many of them are cut up, or with little puncture marks across their body where the thorns had either wrapped them or pierced into them. A number of them do have some larger wounds where it looks like vines had wiggled their way in. And they were, of course, part of this combat that had just taken place. So a few of them are even more cut up. A few of them are bruised and clearly exhausted.
I
But
think I have a roll I would like to make.
Sure.
I think I would like to make an adaptability roll to just kind of do first aid with what's on hand.
Okay.
I don't know medicine, so I'm choosing adaptability over understanding.
Mm-hmm.
But I would like to add my key of duty.
Okay. Yeah, so you're part of a military outfit, the Legion,
Yeah.
even if you are more of an engineer.
Corps.
Yeah, an engineer corps. But you're probably familiar with the basics of field triage. So I think this is the first time we've done a check without a skill bonus. So in this case, it would just be your facet of adaptability, and of course you're spending key, so that is 2 extra points for which one are you spending? Duty?
Yes.
All right.
Oh no, it's all
Oh,
twos and
no.
fours. I think Marius is just like, he's just absolutely too scattered.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing his best, but like he has no idea where to even start.
Right.
Yeah.
It is it is definitely overwhelming, just the sheer number of people, the sheer amount of sociability, especially in that scattered mentality. And just the sheer number of wounds. And I was even saying that they are quickly coming down from that sort of battle high, but probably more than just natural adrenaline. They were bolstered by that spell the lot of you imbued them with,
Yeah.
and they are definitely coming down from that. So a number of them, especially when rushing towards you with handshakes and hugs and thank yous and
Yeah.
congratulations, were initially, still all swept up in it, but once they get through with that, you can tell that they are quickly returning to a state of exhaustion. They're feeling their wounds again. Um,
Can I
uh,
make a pitch for what zero successes looks like?
sure.
I think Marius sees somebody who's tending to people's wounds and beelines over to help, but the person who is tending like takes one look at him and is just like, "Oh, your brain is gone out your ears. You sit down."
Hmm.
Like, you sit down. You need a break. Don't you dare. And they just refuse to let him help because
Mm.
he's too far gone.
Yeah, you're
Hallows.
you're you're the you're
Oh,
the guy over there who, like, they have their whole kit laid out. They have gauze, they have different salves and whatnot, and you're constantly like reaching for something. Do you need this?
Yeah. No,
No,
you
just
need to.
just sit there and lay down. You're a patient now too.
Yeah.
Sorry, Kellis, what were you
I'm gonna
saying?
make a no, I'm gonna make a pitch that Kalos helps.
Okay.
And I'm gonna do a skill check in subtle, not in sensitivity, because she's observing Maria's like get completely shut down as like someone who can't help. And then she's observing that, but she's also like paying attention to like how many people are actually wounded and need her help.
Mhm.
And I naturally a skill check in medicine, but then also I'm going to use the key of conscientious, and I'm going to say that she is like laying like sprawled out on Nepho, but she's not. She's injured, but she's not superbly injured like Doyle. and she's not that scattered at all.
Mhm.
So she just like I clearly should be helping, and if I continue to lounge around, like they're gonna know. Like they're gonna know that I'm not paying it, like I'm not helping, and that's gonna feel like that's gonna look terrible, and like they're what are they gonna say about me?
Mhm.
Kalos. Kalos, no. Kalos, baby.
Yeah, so sensitivity, your ability to perceive the details of everybody being injured.
Yeah.
So that is, I'm on the right sheet. That's 3 dice for sensitivity. You have your 1 dice from first level, first season character skill in medicine, and then 2 more for conscientious. So that is a 6 die pool. What we got this
Not
time?
the edge successes.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Oh my gosh.
That is 1 natural success and 3 edge successes. Um,
Wow.
what would we even do for 3 edge successes here in helping people out?
And
Um,
can Callus scatter as a result? Because like maybe she does like one really like bang up job. Like her success kicks in and she's like doing really well. Like she's healing like people like, oh my gosh, like Cal like this ranger is like the best at this. And then she just gets like overwhelmed by like more and more people demanding, and then I guess like a bit of like emotional labor that she has to do as well, like comforting people whose like loved ones have not returned or like were too far gone. And then she scatters into as she like continues to try and like put up this face, feeling like if I don't
No.
if I'm not continuing to be like the healer, then they're going to judge me. And I'm like and I'm fine like with her not even just doing like 3 scatter. Like I'm fine with that, like taking her, and like she becomes more and more selfish, like to like going from 2 scatter to like 7 or 8
hmm.
scatter.
Because that's actually very similar to my pitch, which was much, much simpler, is just like Kalos is a jerk about it.
Mhm.
Yeah. I was gonna say,
She has
like,
terrible bedside manner. And everyone's like, I
Good.
appreciate that you bound my wounds, but did you have to be so insensitive?
yeah, like you accidentally mentioned that, some people died, and it's like, oh yeah, that was my brother. You
Mhm.
just making social faux pas left and right, stepping
Wait,
on
that's
people's
really
toes.
funny.
I think
Let's do
it's
that.
I think it's definitely a combination of the two, because you are a little bit scattered. You've definitely been acting a little bit scattered Kalos instead of scattered Kalos. Yeah, so I think it's a combination of the two. Your bedside manner might not be great. You might wrap some galls a little too uncomfortably tight, and you might over medicate some people. It might be a little insensitive, and just the sheer amount of stuff you have to do with all of these people who are almost at the same time very grateful, but also it's a little overwhelming. Yeah. So if you want those three edge successes, yeah, you can get the town in a pretty good working order again. But it's gonna take its toll on you. Yeah.
And how much scatter would that cost?
Um,
Should
with
we just
everything
do
else there, what are you up to
I'm at
already?
2.
You're at 2. Um, let's go ahead. I don't. I'm not sure this is even going to come up before you get a chance to rest. But let's put you up to. This is a whole town, or a large part of a town.
Yeah.
Let's put you up to 6 scatter.
Okay.
You're past that
It's like-
halfway point.
Yeah, Callus is just slapping bandages on people.
Yeah.
And if they say ow, she's like, but are you still bleeding? Like, oh, ouchie. Oh no.
Mhm.
How terrible it must be.
They're definitely better off than they were before interacting with Kalos, but they might still wish they had waited for the healer.
Yeah.
Marius is sitting there with a juice box, just trying to help, not being allowed to.
Mhm.
Kind
Uh,
of waves Doyle over, just like Doyle, Doyle, my friend, how are you?
Oh, Doyle, I think, is gonna be very focused on that well. He wants to know what's at the bottom of that well. He's looking for a light source or a way to get down there himself.
He is not listening to me.
No, he's waving idly when he hears you call his name and then going back about
Nice.
his task because he is also like fully scattered and also severely injured and he's just like, all right, what's the next step? The next step is make sure whatever's down there really isn't a problem anymore and potentially remove it so that nobody else gets ideas.
Mhm.
So he's going to be looking for a way to see the bottom of the well and potentially get to the bottom of the well, and everyone else is too distracted to stop him at the moment.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Like Marius is like sitting there. He turns to the nearest person. Is like, that is my friend Doyle. He is typically extremely focused.
Aww.
I am concerned about him, but it's normal for him to be extremely practical. So I trust his judgment.
I imagine you're talking to a guy who is very clearly concussed, and they're just.
Yeah, but like same. Like
Mm.
Marius is just kind of prattling.
uh,
It occurs to me suddenly. Maud has alluded to being a ranger like us. Vaguely.
Vaguely.
Callus, did you recall that?
Alice
I
does
recalled
not
it
recall.
suddenly.
Are you talking to me?
What? Yes, I was just very curious. I should ask Maud.
I think so because I'm busy.
Yes, quite.
Yeah, I'm very busy.
Do you need
So-
help?
No.
Very well.
Yeah, she slaps another band-aid on on someone's like gashed wound and they're like, "Ah!" And she's like,
Mhm.
"What?" Say it again.
I love Dr. Callus. I love her so much. Marius doesn't actually get up. He says he should. He's gonna, but he doesn't. He just sits there. He doesn't literally have a juice box, but he's the equivalent of, you know how after you get a medical procedure, like you get blood drawn and they're just like, you sit in that corner and you don't
Yeah.
do anything.
Well,
It's kind of
with some time passing, actually, hasn't been terribly long since the town was taken over by the Tangle. So I do imagine that there's a small group of people that has gone over to, whether they've gone home or gone to a local food store or a tavern or something, but they do start bringing out, uh, foods, um,
No.
breads, cheeses. Probably, yeah. Water might be a little. They might be a little concerned about water with the well being the source of the problem, but they'll come out with some light like ales or something. Start
Hmm.
passing them around.
Thank you very much.
Nice
would
healthy
very much.
ale to go with your concussion.
I would
And
appreciate a drink right now.
I think while that's going on, I'm going to go ahead and get us three key components in the first, you know, before we leave our disaster area, because I
Sure.
think Doyle is restless. Doyle is worried. He is concerned about what is at the bottom of that well. So I'm going to use adaptability and tinkering to try
Hmm.
and rig up a pulley system to lower a torch down to see what's going on. I would say lower Doyle down, but I don't think Doyle would have the strength to pull himself back up
Mm.
on that same pulley system. So for now, we'll start with a torch and see where we go from there.
Sure. Yeah,
Nice.
torches. Just lowering a torch is going to be a fairly easy success. But if you get more successes, the device could be able to support you. Whether you could support yourself on it at this point could be a different story. Yeah. So that is, you said what? Adaptability
Adaptability,
and
tinkering,
tinkering. So that's
and
four
my
there.
key of restless.
Okay. Awesome.
Yeah.
Another
So
six
that,
die pool.
yep. Okay.
Uh, two successes
Ooh.
and an edge success. I I will say I was just looking for one for the torch, but three to hold a full person's weight. So for that edge success, um, for that edge success, I'll say if you're pretty hurt now, right?
Yep. I was at one hit point before we blew up the well,
Yeah, I can't really hurt you anymore unless I just want to knock you out again.
which
um,
is an option. It is an option.
yeah, yeah,
And I was at 10 scatter, but the scatter came from joining the cord, so it didn't knock me out. But I
right.
was unable to do spells anymore.
I'll say for that edge success, the device will be capable of lowering you down, and you will be able to get down there. Uh, but on the way back up, if you use the pulley system, it will break, and you will fall a short way down the well, but you will take that one damage and be unconscious at the bottom of a well. It's not filled
Mm.
with water or anything. You're not going to drown, but
Yeah, yeah.
you'd be,
All right.
unconscious and in a difficult position for other people to help.
But that would still give me the chance to go down there and see what's going on
Yeah,
before it breaks. Okay, I
yeah.
think I'm going to do that then.
Okay. So while all of this is going on, yeah, Doyle, you're kind of just waving to people absent-mindedly while they're trying to get your attention. You're setting up this device, which is a fairly simple device because that's generally how you lower a bucket into a well anyway.
Yep.
But you take out some gear of your own. You wrap the rope a few more times so it's capable of supporting a person's weight as opposed to a bucket of water. Uh, do you go for the torch first, or do you simply hold a torch and lower yourself down?
I think I would hold a torch and just lower myself at this point.
Okay. Uh, yeah. So Kalos is distracted, being grumpy doctor to everybody, and Marius is out of it at the moment. So I don't think immediately anybody notices that Doyle, hops down
Except
and
possibly Maud.
maybe Maud. Yeah. I mean, Maud is also like Max Scatter too.
Yeah.
um, I mean, as I said before, they're almost always in this state of semi-scatter, but like they are fully scattered at the moment between the ritual and the cord that they helped with. Um, yeah, you set up this little pulley system and you lower yourself down. It's probably only, I don't know how deep wells are. This probably has a fairly high water table. You're probably 30 feet down, somewhere around there.
Okay.
Um, I don't know how deep wells usually are. Um, as you're lowering yourself down, that smell of burnt vegetation definitely gets stronger. Uh, Stronger than you would even anticipate for, it not currently still burning. There's probably a lot down here, and you do pick up that faint sulfurous smell again, but much less than before. And of course, you don't notice that breeze, that breathing perhaps that you felt before, nor hear a growl or anything. You lower yourself down. And when you get to the bottom of the well, you do notice that there is a thick layer of ash and other small, heavily burnt pieces of vine. Again, of varying sizes and thicknesses. But you can see down here, at this point, uh, wells, from what I understand, aren't bricked out all the way down. Eventually, it's just a earthen core. But you can see where there are where the vines did come in from the earth and started to amass down here at the bottom of the well. The fire, supernatural as it seemed to have taken and spread, has blasted away a fairly good portion of this bottom of the well, and probably has actually damaged the brickwork up a little bit. So there's a little bit of a hollowed out crater section down here. A little bit of stone falling, a little bit of natural stone and heavy earth that may be falling. Um, I would say not dangerous, but you're at you're at 1 HP.
Yeah. Yeah. Things become dangerous real quick
Yeah.
when.
And you get plinked on the head by a pebble, and are you looking for anything in particular?
I want to see if there was some sort of core to that like mass of writhing vines we saw. I want to see if there was like a seed at the center of that or something that might have been left behind, something that might have survived the fire that could give us either more information or that we should remove before it becomes a threat again.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, so you sort of get down on your hands and knees and start pushing through this layer of ash, and it is several inches of ash and burnt plant vegetation that you have to sift through. Uh, you spend a little bit of time down there, and eventually you do hit something as you're pushing this ash out of the way. You feel a pinprick of a thorn pierce into your finger. Not enough to damage you HP wise, but you feel it. And
Yeah.
you brush the ash away, and you do see what looks like a heavily burned, almost petrified at this point. Uh, Massa. It doesn't look like a seed or a nut or anything. It looks like a very tightly woven mass of vines, almost in the shape of a heart, like an anatomical heart,
Ooh.
but it's covered in really, really small, thin thorns.
Okay.
And there's a warmth to it. Maybe that's because it was just surrounded by fire. You don't know how long you were out, but there's a warmth to it. It doesn't pulse like a heart, but there is you feel like there's the slightest of movement from the inside, just a vibration, like really pulling away from the game here. But like if you're holding a game controller and there's just the slightest little bit of vibration in it, but you find this heart-shaped mass of vines and thorns. Yeah, and it's warm. There's the slightest sensation of movement in there.
Okay. I think that Doyle would probably want to remove this from the well.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, like maybe wrap it in his pack, or maybe some rags, something so he's
Mm-hmm.
not carrying it up barehanded.
Yeah.
And then try and pulley himself and the heart out of the well.
Okay. Yes, you do so. You wrap it in some spare rags, maybe a spare shirt that you have. Tuck that away in a pouch and begin pulling yourself up. Uh, and yeah, that is the point where up at the top of the well we can see where you were constructing this thing. What you supported it on for the actual pulley system. We can see that it looks like it took more damage from the blast than I think you expected. And it crumbles just a little bit, but that's just a little bit enough for the winch system that you set up to break, to fall apart, and you do tumble down, probably a good 12-15 feet or so, something that would be easy enough to catch yourself if you were expecting it and otherwise healthy. But you
Yeah.
do drop, probably twist your ankle a little bit on the fall, and hit your head as you go down and black out. You are
All right.
unconscious.
God.
Uh-oh.
Oh God. Why are you unconscious there?
He's unconscious in the hole.
Yeah, that was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
It was explicitly stated that we didn't notice him go in the hole.
Yep. You were too distracted to be worried about what I was doing.
Yeah. That's just how the
Um,
cookie crumbles.
let's see. Kalos's sensitivity is
This is how
3.
I knew I could get away with it.
Marius's is 2. Um, I will say, whether you care at the moment or not, Kalos, you do hear some sort of commotion behind you. Something just broke. Like a snapping of wood, maybe a few like crumble of stone on stone. You're not sure. You're busy. I'll leave that up to you.
Kaos hears it and is like, and then like, I think one of the villagers is like, "Can I go now?" And she's like, "Can you? I don't know. Can you walk up? And can you walk? Can you walk right now?
Yeah.
Did the splint that I did that work for you?
Oh.
Can you go now? I don't know. Can you?" So like the commotion that happened behind, she's just like, "Oh, cool, whatever. Can you?"
They just slowly shake their head, eyes wide, and start limping away. Thanks.
Uh,
Hmm. I
Oh
have
my
bread.
Doyle's so screwed.
Yep.
They're like the next person in line clearly has a dislocated shoulder, and he's just, I'll go bang myself against a wall.
And Cal's like, "Get back here." She's like, "I won't chase you, but I think that's gonna make you more afraid. Come over here, and I'll wrench it back into place."
You can do it. I believe in you.
So I'm gonna leave this up to you. How long does it take for you guys to realize that Doyle's not around?
I think after a couple minutes, Marius is like, ale and bread is nice, but it would be nicer with my friends, and Kalos is busy. Doyle! Kalos, I've suddenly realized I don't know where Doyle is.
What? I'm sure he's gone off somewhere.
Nefo, did you see where Doyle went?
I feel like Nevo is probably doing the support animal thing with Kalos.
Yeah,
And
busy.
in his own way is sort of apologizing to all of the patients. So as people like limp away, Nevo's just like
Bad elk noises.
yeah.
Hmm.
Nevo looks around, stomps a hoof a few times.
All right, thank you. Maud, do you know where Doyle is?
It's getting cold.
Hmm. It was cold when we woke up. Oh, I had a vision and there was ice and stuff in it. Whoa, that's just happening to me right now.
Yes.
Ugh.
Remember.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember.
I remember. I don't know what to do with that information. Thank you for reminding me, Maud. We're going to have to address this in another place, aren't we?
Another place. Cold.
Well, I know a couple cold places that we can check. I'm going to try to find Doyle.
And the wind.
And the wind. I don't know what to make of that either.
Remember.
I remember I was the one shouting, and I thought that was very peculiar. It's not typically in my nature to raise my voice.
I sort of absent-mindedly turn and start walking towards the well.
Oh, that reminds me, Maud. You've alluded in the past to being a ranger like ourselves, haven't you?
Have I?
You may have. I was under that impression, at any rate. Oh, the well.
They
What happened here?
they lean down and look over the well. Yeah, you can see there's a little
Oh, no.
contraption that was built, and unfortunately, some key component of it has broken apart and it's crumbled.
Well, you knew the tensile strength of this wood wasn't going to be... Like, you had to know. Look at these fractures. Hey, Doyle! Maud, did Doyle go in the hole?
Apart. From before.
Hmm.
He doesn't have the wind.
No, it can't reach him in the hole. Well, first thing I have to do is rebuild this. And I would like to, instead of making a tinkering roll, make an understanding engineering roll to make something that I'm certain can carry the weight of 2 people.
Okay. Understanding engineering. Yeah. 2 people is gonna be a little bit more, but you can
Yes,
certainly
well.
give it a go.
I've shouted Doyle and he didn't respond, so I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to need help. Yeah! 2 successes and an edge success.
Okay.
For the boy.
For the boy. You may not be a doctor, but you're an engineer.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. For that edge success, what do I want to do with that edge success? Uh, let's see. I can't really just keep throwing pain and scatter at you guys because you're all pretty much maxed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm. Do you have any suggestions?
What would be a fun consequence to building a thing?
Fun consequence to building a thing.
A fun consequence to building a thing.
Yeah, yeah.
Slap are defined by the zoning board.
How
Right.
about let's I'm thinking of some of my my standard edge success bargains.
Mhm.
And one of the ones for like engineering and tinkering is that you build something but you're the only one who can use it.
Mm.
So like Marius has to be the one to actually like go down and get Doyle and haul them both back up. Because
Sure.
no one else is going to be capable of using this or doing anything.
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah.
he's got a role. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah. It's you're only looking at converting one edge success.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, we'll go with that. That'll work.
Yeah. Like it works, but only if it's handled in a very specific way.
Mhm. Mhm.
It's like
Marius
when
is
your
not a
phone
tinkerer.
charger is damaged just enough that you have to have it at a specific angle,
Yeah,
only
yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah. And Marius he doesn't know tinkering. Does he know tinkering?
Marius,
Oh, he does know tinkering as well. So it's just that
I feel like,
physics is an engineering
Mhm.
task for him.
yeah, tinkering has failed us once. Engineering is a better choice.
Mm.
I was like, all right, I'm going in the hole. I'm going to look for Doyle. If anyone asks where I've gone into the hole. Bye, Maud.
Okay.
Oh, thank you very much for your help earlier, by the way. I'm not sure if I said as much. But we appreciate what you have contributed to this endeavor. Bye, Maud.
Help.
Maud, who is somehow more scattered than the rest of us, is the only one that knows that the two of us are now in the well.
Yeah. Mhm.
So I'm gonna go in well and try to find Doyle and see if Doyle's okay.
Yeah.
Wow, there's ashes in here.
Um
Doyle, did you know that there's a lot of ashes in here?
Doyle is still unconscious.
This is a very small space and I'm growing anxious. I'm not good at small spaces, being as I am myself rather too large for many spaces. No one is listening, I realize suddenly. Maybe that's for the best. Where's Doyle? And you said there's not a lot of space at the bottom of the well, so Doyle's location should be readily apparent
yeah,
when I get there,
Doyle,
right?
yeah, you lower yourself down and you lower yourself like you have to make sure not to step on Doyle who is
Ah,
slumped down on the side of this blown out small crater at the bottom of the well.
The Doyle-shaped impression in the
And
ash
yeah,
is where you find him.
Yeah.
Doyle. Gonna kind of give him a shake. Just Doyle. Hello. Hello, Doyle. How are you? Not well, it seems. Oh, we're in a well. So I suppose you are doing well, in a sense. Let's get you out of the well so you can be unwell out of the well. Yes. And Marius kind of scoops him up and just gets him situated comfortably and attempts to get them both out of well. I have an important question for Doyle.
Okay.
Did you pocket the thingy you found?
Yeah, wrapped it up in a shirt and stuffed it in my satchel.
Okay. So it is coming up with us.
Yeah, I don't think Marius is aware of it, but yeah,
No.
he's secure.
No, yeah.
but Cat was curious.
Yeah.
Marius doesn't know. He's just helping Doyle. Oh, he's like, well, I rather wish you hadn't fallen into the well, as you had to under. I can't remember the word. Callus, what's the word? Callus is busy. But you had many injuries, and you should try to take endeavor to something fewer of them. Sustain. Sustain. I'm going to prop you up here. There you go. There you go. And Marius is just kind of like brushing the ash off him. Just,
Oh yeah, he's covered in soot. I mean, you fall
You're
into
a mess.
5-6 inches of ashes, it gets all over the place.
no. Marius like pulls out a handkerchief and starts wiping his face off. So there you go. Good as new. I should get the doctor. The doctor is busy. I will help. Gonna try and roll adaptability medicine again.
Okay.
It's just 3 of them. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh no, 2. Gotcha.
Yeah, you don't
And an edge.
you don't have the skill in medicine, but with 3 dice in adaptability, yeah, 1 of 5 and a 5 is 2 successes and an edge success. And I'm just going to make this easier for myself. I don't think the edge success really matters here, because 2 successes is enough for you to determine that he's unconscious, quite badly bruised and cut up. Probably because when you think in terms of hit points, it's not really a scale of how much blood loss you can take. It's really more like stamina and exhaustion. Eventually, you just get worn down, and you can tell he's got a bunch of little injuries here and there from vines slashing against him in the previous fight. He got knocked around and bruised a bit. You can see the most concerning. Immediately concerning injury is probably this slick red wet patch at the back of his head.
Uh-oh. Yeah.
Yeah, he's clearly unconscious. He might be a little. He'll have a headache when he wakes up. I mean, you don't feel brain or anything, so it's just a conk on the head. But that is why he's unconscious. He'll probably need to like sleep off his injuries for the rest of the night.
Yeah. So Marius is like cleaning off the blood and getting a bandage wrapped around his head and
all of this down at the bottom of a well.
no, leading him up against like a building or something once they
Okay, yeah, you can bring him up. Yeah, you
Yeah.
set him up in whatever like harness
Makes sense.
system you fashion so you can have 2 people up, and it probably takes a while and probably takes its own exhausting toll on you to pull both of you up the well. Yeah, but once you get up there, yeah, you can lean him against the side of a building. He's unconscious. You're exhausted and scattered. Kalos is scattered and frustrated.
I think as soon as Marius has Doyle set up like comfortably against a building and has bandaged him and everything, he just kind of sits next to Doyle and passes out.
Alice is gonna look
It's just sleep time.
and see like the 2 of them. Is like, oh, he just went for a walk. Jeez, and it goes back to patching up the remaining townspeople.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez, like I don't know why Marius is so worried. Ugh, whatever. Not a big deal. Calm down. God. And then, like, I assume like all of the patients are just like, I don't really want to be seen by this person.
Yeah, a few of them sneak off, those with minor injuries, or those with major injuries who just feel like they can, who don't feel like they care about major injuries. Some of them sneak off and try to take care of things themselves. Maybe find somebody else. Yeah, so this coming upon the town, thinking back to last episode, you did come upon the town fairly early because it was just a few hours after you uh, slept the night before. Spent an hour or so doing recon and whatnot. There was the fight, and then you were unconscious, and then you're spending the rest of the day talking amongst each other. Kalos patching up the town, exploring the well, building things, and now 2 out of 3 of you are taking a nap, a real nap. Um, so I think unless there's anything in particular that Kalos wants to do, I'd say we just time skip to the next morning. Eventually, a number of townsfolk probably won't come to Kalos first. They'll probably come over to Marius, sort of slumped against a wall, uh, lean down and sort of shake you awake and,
No.
and offer to set you up in one of the homes nearby.
Well,
I can move some beds together, and a lot of you can have a place to actually sleep.
we would all be very deeply grateful for that. Thank you very much. Thank you for your assistance.
So
I
they'll
I did fall asleep in the middle of the road. Yes.
Oh well, we don't have much use of a road right now, um, but we do have beds.
I thank you very much for your hospitality. Uh, Doyle, you up? Doyle? Okay.
For
A small group of people will help you and Doyle and flag down Kalos and and Maud to set you up in a home, um, and the lot of you can get some proper rest.
Yay! Nap time, nap time.
So with the proper rest, everybody will heal their health back up to 10 HP, and you will de-scatter back down to 0 in your main scatter pool and your assist scatter pool, and you will wake up uh, feeling refreshed. Maybe not. I mean, you're still bruised. Uh, Doyle, you definitely have a headache from hitting your head.
Yep.
Maybe a little self-conscious of how you acted the evening prior with how scattered everybody was and the choices that you made. But, sometimes that happens. So we'll wake up the next morning. I think they actually set up like on an end table next to each of these beds. You would wake up to a small loaf of sweetbread and uh, like a breakfast ale or something.
Yeah.
They did manage to push like four beds. They found 4 beds somewhere and just pushed it into like some main room of a house. So you pretty much got the place to yourself. I think when you come to, you realize that Maud is actually been awake. You don't know how long, but they're just sitting up in bed, uh, legs crossed, very similar to the position you found them in, back at the hut, just kind of arms limply to the side, just sort of staring off.
Um. Um. Maud, are you all right?
They blink and shake.
Good morning.
Morning.
Hmm.
Inside. Yes.
Mm.
It is morning.
Yes.
You all awake. We must go.
Hmm.
Oh,
Still,
where?
we must follow the ice. The frost. We must follow the frost.
There was another vision, which I
More
confess made little sense to me.
need More. Still more. Remember. Remember.
Are you saying we need more visions or more frost?
I'm just, when you guys want to catch me up, I'll be over here, but I think you have very important conversations that you need to get to, so
I,
don't worry, guys.
At
No,
the mention
I-
of important conversations, Doyle jumps up and says, "Wait, the heart!"
Actually, probably as you're getting ready to say that, in response to your previous question, Maud gets up and starts walking towards you, and it's probably when they reach for wherever you stashed this thing that you go, oh yeah, the heart. But
So
they somehow seem to know exactly where to go to.
Doyle just like brushes Maud's hand aside and like digs into his pouch and pulls out the cloth wrapped heart and holds it up. I found a heart.
You what?
He probably moves to one of the end tables, unwraps it, and says, "It's clearly not work. It's part of the tangle. This was what was at the bottom of the well."
It's still warm, and it's the next morning.
I don't recommend touching it. It's not comfortable.
do
With that, Maud goes over, grabs it
do you
tightly.
suppose we ought perhaps to maybe destroy it or something?
Oh,
You can see blood trickling down
Maud,
Maud's
I
hands.
can't recommend that. I must recommend against this course of action.
Doyle, I think, is interested to see what Maud wants to do with it, and is content to watch rather than stop them.
Yeah, Marius is back to normal, so he's mostly stammering and just I don't is that a good idea? Do you think maybe that might not be a very good idea, Maud?
The three of you get a flash of intense worry, but a sense of worry that would instead of being afraid and wanting to run, it's sort of the fight or flight response. You feel worried, you feel afraid. But whether it is the response that you would take, especially to an unknown fear that comes on all of a sudden, you do not choose the flee. You get that adrenaline rush. You get that desire to push forward, to fight back against whatever just suddenly came upon this fear that suddenly came upon the three of you. But as quickly as it arose, it recedes.
That was disconcerting.
my gosh.
Maud, please.
Whoa. Ugh.
Maud is just standing there, like, white knuckling this thorn bundle, clearly piercing into her hands, just staring at it.
Whoa. We gotta, guys, come on. We have to, and Cal's is gonna stand up and try and pry Maud's hands. I was like, guys, she's literally they're literally piercing themselves. We have to do something.
What if what if this is how Maud finds out what's next?
The three of you, and Kalos, you didn't hear this before. The three of you hear that rumbling before, almost a roar more than a rumble. But you don't hear it. It's in your head.
Oh my god.
This
Callus,
while Kalos is slowly, like, you grab Maud's hands and start trying to pull them aside. I believe
I
Kalos has the highest sensitivity of the lot of you. Yeah.
Kalos is very sensitive.
That rumble, roar, perhaps, if there was communication to it and you're not sure, it didn't sound angry. It didn't sound like the roar you heard when the well exploded. There might be a determination to it, but it didn't sound angry. And
Carlos stops. Oh, sorry.
as you continue doing this, or just about to stop, Kalos, as opposed to the other two, you do once again smell roses on the wind, even though there is no wind and no roses in this room.
So, okay, at that, then Callus lets go of the hands and looks back to them and is like, hey guys, remember when we got to that town, Rose Rest, and all we could smell was the roses?
Yeah.
The wind,
It's here.
like Maud said, the wind.
It's still here. So
Well,
we weren't
Maud does
smelling
tend to
roses?
smell like roses.
Uh,
Um, yeah.
Yeah.
forgive me, Maud, but I do not believe that perhaps you should be handling this. And Marius is gonna try to take the heart from Maud.
Their hands are clamped down around this thing, and you're a big guy.
Yep.
You're fairly strong. You're a builder. You've moved
The big
heavy
leg.
things. These hands, this grip, is definitely stronger than you feel like this slight person should muster.
I have concerns.
Maud, what are you doing with the heart?
They're just staring at it. At that point, the three of you get an intense but very briefly lived sensation of pain. Like physically hurt. Your body hurts. Like you've been battered and pierced from all angles. But again, super brief. And then you get a sense of, like, I think the three of you inhale and just that relaxed sigh after successfully completing something that was excruciatingly difficult, but rewarding. A sense of accomplishment, victory. And then the heart falls from their hands, clatters to the ground.
Doyle collects it with cloth again and sets it up on an end table where everyone can look at it.
Starts
Maud kind of.
rummaging for salve.
Hmm?
Maria starts rummaging for like a salve or something for all these tiny wounds.
Yeah, you start looking for a salve to treat yourself from all of these wounds that you think you've taken, and aside from the wounds you've taken the day prior, you don't actually have any new physical wounds.
I think Marius was looking for that for Maud.
For Maud,
Yeah.
right, for Maud.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah,
I'll
Maud
roll
is gonna
that.
stumble backwards and just plop down on a bed. But yeah, you can pull out some simple like traveling salves and whatnot,
Yeah.
yieldy neosporin.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my best to tend to the messed up hands. Because the thing about wounds on your hands is that you do have to take very good care of them because, first of all, they hurt a lot. And second of all, you're always touching things.
Mm-hmm.
You're always touching stuff. And that's.
You go over with a rag, probably take out your water skin and wet it a bit and
Okay.
go and start cleaning off their hands, getting ready to apply this salve. And you can't find any wounds. She
This
bled.
is
She clearly bled. You just wiped up a whole bunch of blood, but you don't find any wounds.
Maud, I'm once again finding your behavior disconcerting. Are you all right?
Yes.
Do you
Uh,
care to maybe tell us what has just happened? Maybe.
Again. Again. We do this again.
Again.
Again. And again.
Doyle is looking over the heart, seeing if there are any changes to it other than potential bloodstains.
Um, you don't. I think you do this quickly enough that you see that the blood on the heart seems to get absorbed into the heart.
Well,
Other than that, there's no change.
that's not what I want.
That's not what we want at all. That's yucky. Well, well, if we have to go, then let's
Wait,
go.
but we have to do it again and again and again and again, right?
Not you.
Oh, cool.
Maud has a heart collection that we
Not
need to
enough.
return to them.
Oh, is that what it meant? Oh, is that what the? Okay, I can't.
I
Not
don't
very
know
good
that
at.
that's actually true. That was just my sarcastic, I'm tired and hurt response. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. No, you're fine, Doyle. Don't. I just, I'm not very good with the wordplay, so I thought that's what that meant. But
I mean, it might be. I hope not. But maybe Maud was purifying the heart, removing corruption from it. Maybe now it is more like a tangle of rose vines instead of brambles.
Hmm. That would make sense. That would make sense. I mean,
This is all conjecture at this point. We have no real way of knowing unless we've studied it more and found whatever's happening with that deer.
mm,
We saw another deer in a vision. I don't. Kalos, did you?
no. I thought you guys were talking about the. And she like kind of like hugs herself to self-soothe.
No.
She's like, I thought you guys were talking about the
With antlers. This
Oh,
A
okay.
buck that had been
looking for something.
moving into the frost, possibly carrying the frost with it. I don't know. Visions are murky. I'm not a fan so far.
I'm not good
I
at them.
don't advise them.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
I think for right now, I'm willing to trust that what Maud was doing was necessary.
Okay.
And if Maud says that it must be done again, we should go and look for the deer or potentially the town that the deer infects in the north.
The heart. Must find the heart.
We're keeping this one though. Doyle points at the heart on the end table.
I'd look over to it. No, that's done.
I would feel safer if this heart was not in this town. And so I think it should still, at the very least, come with us for a ways.
A ways
I mean,
away.
Exactly.
okay.
Then
Callus like kind of like holds her head because it's a little bit confusing, but she's kind of gotten used to just ignoring what's going on and trying to tease out like the important highlights. And she's like, uh, then just, I mean, put it back in your pocket and let's go.
I guess we go north.
Is there anything on your map that's been updated, Doyle?
That is an excellent question. Doyle takes out the map and unfurls it.
There is no immediate change to the map.
Okay.
But I will recall that you noticed the change to the map only after, I believe, Marius was like, this is where I think we should be, and actually poked the map.
That is true.
Hmm.
Mm.
So Doyle will try and remember the vision and say, I remember seeing foothills like the ones we'd been traveling through, and points to that region on the map. Um, but it was moving towards frost, towards snow, towards winter, I suppose.
We're going back to home.
Perchance.
Oh, okay. Uh,
Unless between here and there we find some unexpected frost in the foothills.
oh, uh, I doubt it. I mean, you're right, but I doubt it.
We did find unexpected brambles in this town, so who knows? Maud's visions tend to be a little more literal than I'm comfortable with, for as nonsensical as they seem.
Mm. Oh gosh. So it sounds like we're going to go back home. Well, my home. And I guess along the way we should stop by nearby towns, see if there's any rumors about unexpected frost appearing somewhere else, but I don't know. I mean, that's the only thing that I can think of. What are you guys thinking?
Hmm.
I'm not familiar with the North. I'm not familiar with what to expect or where we could potentially start our search.
The vision was the foothills.
Yes.
It was very
Started
much.
on the foothills.
It started on the foothills.
Walked into an expanse of white, which could be interpreted
Oh
as
yeah.
the north.
Yeah. Searching for something, listening for something, smelling for something. Ugh. I'm also confused. I'm doing my best, but I am also confused. Mm. Mm. Wish I had seen any buildings. Make my life easier.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I've got nothing because I didn't see it. So if you guys, I'll just follow your lead.
That is assuming that our lead is at all informed, which I must confess mine is not. Um, um, What could it be looking for? If we knew what it was looking for, we would have an easier time finding it.
True.
More.
Is Callus looks over at Maud. Do you know what they're looking for?
Itself. More. The reach.
Okay.
The way
Looking
back.
for another. Maybe it's looking for another heart.
Another heart. Old. Returns. It's been there. I've done this before.
Cool. All right.
I'd
And
stand
will
up
you
and
think-
walk towards the door.
All right, let's go.
Let's go. Where's Neffo?
Nefo didn't really fit in the door, so Nefo's just outside. As you walk out, you get that excited like.
She definitely gives Neffo a big hug. Yeah, me too, buddy. Well, let's follow. And Callus gets on Neffo's back, and she's like, "Let's follow Maud. We don't have any other plans."
Okay.
Following Maud works.
Mm.
And then-
Until Maud loses her way, loses their way.
Mm.
yeah.
So as vague as it is, I think you guys were on the right track, heading north-ish into the cold. Up back, maybe not all the way towards Old Rhymeholm, Rhymehold. But definitely, yeah, up in that direction. I mean, probably a better idea to go around the boundary garden, and head up towards the dunes, and then take the path westward into the cold. Yeah, but heading back in that direction and keeping an eye out for anything weird, maybe asking passersby or any towns you find on the way about anything is probably a decent idea. But I think for the time being, and actually this is a great time for a break, if I'd say, unless there's any more developments that you would like to have, that we spend probably the next several days with a montage of walking, you following Maud, every now and then pulling out the map, talking with people as you pass by different areas. And I think as you do continue forward and you continually pull out the map to check where you are, check what may be nearby, check if there's an update, eventually you do see when you first unfurl the map, there's little cold spots, little just bits of frost on the page in a pitter-patter in the direction that you're vaguely heading. Not directly, so sometimes you readjust. But yeah, you're on the trail. Let us take a break right here then, and we can pick up, whether it's on the road if there's anything more you guys like to do, or approaching whatever destination we may be approaching. But let's go take a break. It's hard to get a break in about 5 minutes. So somewhere between 8 and 10 minutes, we will get up, walk around, stretch, get whatever we need to do. I suggest you guys do as well. Yeah, get up and do some brief descattering of ourselves, because we still have the second half of this show to go.
All right.
Okay,
Sounds
yeah.
good.
We'll be back in a little bit. Go enjoy some tunes while we're away, and check out all of the great links we've already posted. We'll be back
See
in a
you
few
soon.
minutes. Greetings and welcome back to the People's Ascension. We are here for the second half of our third episode of The Creeping Tangle, our Heroic Chord demo play miniseries. It's been a super fun time. We've had a lot of great roleplay the first half of this show. A lot of great conversations, some great investigation. Found some things that I didn't expect them to look into or find. Little bit more insights, as vague and couched in metaphor as they are. And we've seen some good use of skill checks outside of crisis resolution, and even some skill checks outside of actually being proficient in those skills, which is good to see. And we've had even more key motivation uses, which is good because I see Doyle is only one away from unlocking his signature spell pieces, which is going to be fun.
Yes. Excited about that signature spell piece.
Yeah. Okay, so let's dive right back into this because I know myself I'm a little bit pressed for time today. So because you guys had such great conversations, such great roleplay in this first half, I'm going to truncate some things of this journey just to make sure we get to where we need to be. There's basically three things that happen on this journey. The first of which, the most immediately relevant, is that you do begin to find little hints that you're on the right direction. Not only are you following Maud, and they do seem to have some idea of where they're going. Eventually, you do start finding, almost serendipitously, you start finding little broken patches of dried, not patches, but fallings of dried, brittle vines that seem to have been left. As you continue traveling northward, you do as the grass gets a little bit more it's gonna first get a little scarcer because you're traveling towards the dunes, and then it's going to get into frost. But you do notice a few spaces here and there where you find remnants of these dried, brittle vines, thorns. Every now and then you do find blood, not fresh, but probably a couple days old. As you're traveling, you go past a town, and you probably do talk to a nearby shepherd and somebody with cattle who says that they noticed a strange deer, a strange buck, traveling in a direction. And as you continue, you do notice, as long as you're staying in generally the right path, that this map does seem to update a little bit, not as clearly as a new blotch on the map, but you get these little brief chill spots when you first unfurl it. So it does seem that you are heading in the right direction, but perhaps even more evident than that, you notice that Maud is moving with a lot more, they're moving with a lot more determination, and they're holding themselves with a lot more presence. They still, in any conversations you have, they still seem that kind of constantly scattered, constantly kind of trapped in their own head cadence that they take, speaking in metaphor and vagaries. But they move purposely in a direction with conviction. They hold themselves a little straighter, not rigid, and they were by no means slumped before, but there's a new posture to them. And you notice as you are traveling that they don't really stop for breaks. If you need a break to rest, just rest your feet, have a meal, stop for the night, you have to purposely get Maud's attention, and not convince, but be like, hey, it's time for us to rest now. They seem either unfazed or unaware of any level of exhaustion from this journey that they're taking. And you do notice, on top of that, as this goes on, as you see this change in how they carry themselves, you do notice that scent of roses, always faint around her, gets a little stronger, and their eyes, which were previously this sort of shallow grayish, do pick up a rosy tint to them. Until probably a week or so into this journey, their eyes do look almost pinkish. Not vibrant, bright pink, but definitely some color to them that you've not noticed before. Not bloodshot, not like pink eye or anything, but there's still that almost grayish silver to them, almost more silver than gray at this point. But you know how people with, say, hazel eyes may have specks of blue or green. They instead have little specks of this lightish pink color. I believe that's everything I was going to fit into our travel journeys. Sorry, you were saying, Doyle.
Oh, just so that's a little troubling.
You're muted, Kat.
I was just saying that it's ominous for Sherzies. Yeah.
Yeah.
One more thing you notice, because you did say you wanted to at least get this thorn heart out of town. I'd imagine at some point during your journey you do take it out and just see if there's any change. You do
Yes.
take it out. It is no longer warm. You no longer feel it moving, and in fact, it doesn't hold itself as tightly. It almost crumbles as you unwrap it.
Yeah, Doyle would probably be taking that out nightly to like document changes. So like as we go, it slowly seems to wither a little bit and start to fall apart, come untangled, things like that.
Fairly quickly, even within the first couple nights.
Okay. Still feel good about it not being in that town. You know.
So let's pick up. As I said, we're gonna skip probably a good week and a half, if not more, trying to get a gauge on the scale of the map, which is available on the website if you want to take a look and follow along. Yeah, so we're probably skipping ahead a good week and a half, 2 weeks, somewhere around there. Of this constant traveling, because again, you have to tell Maud it's time for a break, whenever you want a break. But eventually, you move out of these lush, rolling green fields that you've been familiar with. The grass gets a little browner, a little spikier, a little sparser as you start approaching Hector's Dunes, and you veer off towards the west around the boundary garden, the fields of lavender that surround the interior of the continent, and start making your way into the colder regions. And eventually, it does start to snow. You have to take heavier coats out of your bags, maybe stop in some town, and purchase some cold weather gear, easily enough to do, and start making your way north, or west northwestward. And this is definitely in the direction of Kalos's home. Now, remind me, Kalos, and we don't have to be terribly specific with this, Um, but in your mind, from what you understand of the setting, did you grow up in Rhymeholm Rhymehold or just around it, or were you from a
Round.
smaller town around it?
I mean, yeah. So I'm from a smaller town around the
Okay.
the ruins of Old Rimehold.
Okay. You have siblings, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. How old are they?
They are like a couple. There's a lot of them. So
Hmm.
let's see.
Big family.
Yeah, big family. So the youngest one would probably be, I would say 8 at this time.
Hmm.
But like obviously younger when Callus left to go become a ranger. And then the oldest one would be 16.
Okay.
So she's definitely like outpacing them in terms of like age and stuff. So it'd be, she has like 2 younger brothers and then 1 younger sister. And the younger sister is 15 and then the brothers are 8 and 10.
Okay. Okay. Cool, cool. Yeah, so you're heading in the direction of areas you're familiar with. Whether or not you're actually homeward bound, we'll have to see.
Mhm.
Uh, are there any scenes along the way now that we get into this colder climate, or should we push ahead until there's new actionable information?
Hmm. I think I would like to discover things.
Okay.
Mhm.
I think I would like to make an understanding discovery roll because Marius feels very much like he's out of his depth, even though we're returning to territory that is familiar to him.
Okay.
And he'd like to be just on the lookout for relevant information so that he can feel like he has some degree of understanding.
Okay. A discovery roll using the understanding facet would discover something relevant to the current objective.
Yeah.
Uh,
Go.
yeah, go ahead and do that. 2 successes, a
Two.
4, 5, and 5. 2
Clever lad.
successes.
What a clever lad.
What can I give you? Understanding something relevant to the current objective. Relevant to the current objective. Marius really likes ruins, right? I mean, I
Mm.
know I
Oh,
know
yeah.
Doyle
Yeah, yeah.
really likes ruins too. That's something you share.
Marius loves buildings in all states of repair,
Sure.
but
Um, mhm.
his special interest is the ruins of Old Rimehold, yes.
Okay, then yeah, you're coming back into familiar territory. And you know this region that you're approaching does have extensive ruins. And not just Old Rimehold itself, but other smaller cities. Perhaps older cities, perhaps vassal cities or suburbs, whatever it may be.
Mm.
You know there are a number of old ruins about. And it's only been 100 years since the calamity uh, that brought down the the mountains,
Yeah.
the cloud combs, the cloud comb mountains. So there's still plenty of ruins that have not been thoroughly explored, and I think you stumble upon one of these. It's not an extensive site, or if it is an extensive site, it's been buried by earth and snow that would take far too long of an archaeological excavation than you currently have, no matter how much you and Doyle may want to at the moment. But you do find amongst these ruins, there's 2 things you notice. Uh, The first, I will say, is something that I'm sure all of you are fairly aware of, but probably even more so Doyle and Marius, having a little bit more experience with exploring ruins. Generally, in the setting, of course, horrors come out more at night, right? Generally.
Yeah.
And horrors are the manifestation of memories and emotions and events of the past. And ruins tend to have a lot of those. So, probably not a great idea for you to camp in the ruins proper. But as you're exploring these ruins, you do notice two things. One, you come across a stele, or an old a stele, a mural carved in stone. And it is weathered by time and wind and snow and rain. And I don't think it would be anything that would strike would have struck any recollection in you prior to your current activities. But you realize that this stele underneath its wear looks like it did depict vines. What others may have mistaken for simply an organic pattern, as is common in ruins, organic or geometric patterns lining areas. It looks like whatever this was reminds you, perhaps talking amongst yourselves, talking with Maud, reminds you of that vine barrier around the town you had just rescued. Uh, Stretching out, you can see the vague shape of people that interact in some way with what is going on in this scene. You get the sense that there is some sort of historical record carved into this section of wall, this stele, of the Tangle being here long, long ago. Now, obviously, somebody survived, and this place survived to create this stele. So this ruin presumably wasn't ruined because of the Tangle, but there's some historical reference here to it. That's interesting. That's something to note. As Maud said before, this seems to have happened before. Remember. Maud sort of goes off on that again. Remember, done this before. This has happened. We have to find yada yada, hearts, wind, all of that. And you spend some time. This takes some time to properly excavate some things, properly make sure that you gently wipe away the snow and the earth and the weather, and take some time to talk amongst yourself and just sit and have a think on it. So you decide to make camp outside of the ruins, not in the ruins. But you notice keeping an eye on them over the course of the night, because you should, because possibly horrors. You do notice a ghostly glow in that direction that seems to move between the ruins. Not necessarily any definitive humanoid shape, but every now and then you just get a sort of will-o-wisp glow that phases in and moves through these ruins and phases out.
Do I want to fight it? Don't laugh at me, Donna. Don't you dare.
I mean, why not? If you want to go down that route.
I think that there are some things planned, so we shouldn't derail ourselves with deciding to fight it.
Yeah, like from a character's perspective, rather than just the players saying, "Well, we have limited time, so we shouldn't." Doyle
I
I
would look at
mean,
this as a relatively benign problem. Like, yes, it is a problem if someone stumbles onto it, but what are the odds of someone stumbling onto it here in this remote ruin? Whereas we know that this deer is wandering north to try and ruin an entire town. So just weighing the scales, following the deer is the priority for Doyle.
I've suddenly changed my mind. I've suddenly changed my mind because I do believe you're bluffing, and I'm calling, and I think Marius is he's an enduring crusader.
Mm-hmm.
His like the crusader's entire raison d'etre is destruction of horrors and reclaiming of the North from horrors. So I think
Mm.
if he sees a light in the ruins, he's going to go investigate it.
Mm.
He's going
That's
to
fair.
get up, he's going to get armored, he's going to investigate it.
Okay.
Well,
Now,
yeah.
are you investigating with your eyes or your sword?
Why not
Eyes
both?
first.
How do you want to
Sword
go about
second.
doing this? I will say that I don't think we're going to get bogged down in a whole crisis to resolve a full 5-point resolution of goals.
Yeah.
But what is your intention? How would you like to go about dealing with this?
I think Marius's intention is to, if possible, get the drop on it. If like to make good tactical use of the ruins, to basically to go about this intelligently and avoid getting pinned down.
Okay. Okay.
'Cause he's a
Uh,
tactician.
is anyone tagging along?
Yeah, Kalos is. As soon as
Yeah.
Kalos sees Marius suit up, she's like, "All right,
Okay.
here we go."
If Callus is joining Marius, Doyle would probably hang back and guard Maud.
And Nepo, Garden Mod and Nepo.
Yeah.
Sure.
Make sure that Maud doesn't wander off and Nepo doesn't eat anything that they shouldn't.
Both very valid
Yeah.
concerns.
Perfect.
Okay. I will say, again, this is a small ruin or small section of a yet undiscovered ruin, and you've only seen, to your understanding, one of these ghastly blips.
Yeah.
Two well-trained, purposeful rangers against a single horror like this is you're not gonna have a big problem. But I do want you to roll me something. I know, Marius, you were saying you are tactical because you do have tactics. If you want to roll a tactics roll, you could do that. I mean, however the two of you would best go about exploring these ruins, getting the drop on this horror, and dealing with it.
I would like to go understanding tactics plus caution.
Okay.
Because it's one of my key pieces.
Yes.
Marius is a careful lad.
Mm. I think Kalos will. Well, Kalos's combat specialty is a purifier. So
That's right.
I guess like roleplay wise, like definitely Kalos is destroying this thing. Like, and I don't imagine that Marius is not going to destroy it as well.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, yes.
If this is a horror, we
Oh,
are
yeah.
destroying it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So she will do adaptability, long ranged weapons. And that will be her role to basically say, like, all right, we've explored and I'm gonna follow Marius's lead and I will fire an arrow when I need to fire an arrow.
Okay.
That's 3 and 2 edge successes.
Yeah. Yeah, Donna, you
Like-
go ahead and give me a roll as well.
Just an edge success.
Just an edge success. Let's see. Marius has 3 natural successes and then 2 edge successes. If you would like those 2 edge successes, this turns into a bigger problem than you anticipated. Not a full-blown crisis, but I think moving about these ruins, you thought you saw only one of these creatures, and you do get the drop on it, but another one manifests unexpectedly, and it does get a hit in, you'll take 2 damage.
Yeah.
As another specter manifests.
The more the merrier.
Okay. Yeah, so I had, with you rolling tactics and Kalos rolling, basically taking up a sniper position, from what I understand. How do you see this going down?
I think Marius kind of sees the glow from one of the wisps from around a corner and like flattens himself against a wall, spear in hand, and is just kind of, you can see he's making his math face. He's clearly like triangulating kind of where he can expect this thing to be based on the light he can see. And he just eventually, quicker than you'd think a guy his size could move, just steps out, thrusts his spear forward, and like directly into something. Is
Okay.
where he's at, but he's very focused.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, oh no, I did roll. I'm rolling caution.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think he's going to open with a blind strike. I think instead he's going to step out. He's going to take a second to make sure he knows what he's looking at, and then he is going to attack.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Because it's important to him that he knows what he's fighting.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll resolve that in a second. Donna, with your 1 edge success, Kalos's 1 edge success, and again, outside of a crisis, this isn't going to be a big deal. With that 1 success, you would, with Marius's aid, solve this problem. But in order to get that, I'm going to say you're quite well removed from this situation. I've already done some damage to Marius. I think this one, it's not going to be a complication for you. It's going to be a complication for Marius because you're pretty well removed from the problem. If you take this shot, you know what? That might happen anyway. So I'm going to say if you take this shot, because it's a result of taking the shot, you will hit your mark, but that mark will be going through a ghost and therefore not really slow the arrow down all that much. And it will impact a weak spot on the wall and cause some of this ruin to crumble. And you know what? Instead of doing damage, I think we're just going to go narratively because it's only 1 success. I think you shoot this arrow and it brings down the wall with the stele on it.
Oh.
I will say not taking this shot would put Marius in more danger. And so there's kind of a damned if you will, damned if you won't clause here. If you do take the shot, the stele is destroyed. If you don't, Marius is going to take another point of damage from this ambush.
Oh. I think character-wise, like, Callus is going to take the shot.
Okay.
Even though
I like it.
As a player, I'm like, I don't really want her to.
Uh-huh.
But I think narratively, she will take the shot.
I know.
So
The archaeologist in me hates hates giving you the consequence of destroying priceless historical information.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
Callus is definitely taking the shot.
Okay. Yes, so I imagine the way this plays out. Marius, you step out, you square off against this one specter, you're sure you have the drop on it. It turns in your direction instead of being simply this ball of light will-o-wisp type creature. It begins to solidify as it comes towards you, solidify into a form of an ancient soldier. You can see armor that looks... It's not big plate armor, or anything of the intricacies of today, or even the intricacies of the peak post Cataclysm. It looks old. It looks very old. And they have this spear and very basic shield, and they charge towards you. You, however, expecting this, being a combatant of your own, easily parry that aside and slash it down. The specter disapparates into the ether, and then you hear a howling from behind you, a ghostly howl from behind you, as another one manifests, and it reaches out towards you, and it speaks in this gaspy scream. It is returning, and you must not be allowed to feed it. And then an arrow slams through it. It evaporates as it reaches out towards you, just about getting ready to reach into the back of your head. This other one disapparates, and then you hear the crumbling of stonework behind you as you have to leap out of the way as that precious stele,
No.
that precious ancient wall, comes crumbling down.
Callus, are you all right?
Yeah, are you all right?
Yes.
Okay.
That was
Callus
startling and upsetting.
points at the stele and is like, I don't know how that happened, but I'm glad you're okay.
Oh no. Well, I have learned something.
Okay. What did you learn?
I'm not sure.
Good. No,
I
why
know
did I
I
say
have
that?
learned something. I feel as
Okay.
if I have learned something.
Okay. What context did you learn this something in?
Would you believe it spoke to me?
What spoke to you?
The horror?
Oh my god.
Yeah. It is returning, and we must not be allowed to feed it. And given that we saw a historical record implying that there has been contact with the Tangle in this region in the past, I have some reason to suspect that perhaps that is what they were referring to, given that Maud has also made references to feeding it in the vision
Okay. So,
weeks ago.
okay. Mm.
Feed it what?
Would you be mad if someone destroyed that rubble? Like, are you mad about that?
No?
Okay, great. Oh, huh. Cool. Good. I'm glad that you're safe. I'm glad you're safe.
Yes. I'm not quite sure what happened here, but we were planning on leaving in the morning anyway.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And yeah, you're still not, like, hypothetically speaking, if if the if the ruin rubble was not rubble, would you be happier than you are now?
I do have some regrets over what has happened, but I wouldn't say that it is my chiefest priority.
Perfect. Okay.
Why do I get this? Okay.
Mhm.
I
Mhm.
think Marius like takes a minute, puts two and two together, just like puts a hand on Callus's shoulder and is like, "We were leaving in the morning anyway,
Yep,
and this
that's
could have
right.
been anything," and then goes back to camp.
Callus is like, oh my gosh. Okay, he's not mad at me, and then follows. Sorry.
Like, 'cause he is distressed, but he's not. He doesn't have a person to direct that distress at because it was an accident, and he's an understanding lad. Um, I think Marius gets back to camp and she's like, "Maud, what does the Tangle eat?"
Life.
Ah,
You.
ah.
You. You.
Doyle
Ah.
holds up his arm, still having punctures from before, and says, "Yeah, I know."
Ah.
Elsa's like, well, then it's a good thing that
Remember,
we.
it wants all of you.
Well, then it's a good thing what we did in that town, what you guys did with the townspeople. We prevented it from eating more of us.
It wants many to be one. It's one.
It wants to turn us into a hive mind.
Mm.
It wants your past and your future. One.
Ah.
Not
Yeah.
for people. More than one people.
Oh, look at that. The sun is coming up. Maybe we should be on our way.
Okay. Fortuitous segue, since we're coming up at the last hour.
Yeah.
Yes. So, no, that was some narrative gold that you guys gave me, so I ran with it. Okay. Yes, leaving these crumbled ruins behind, you can make your way on ever forward, and once more continuing on, Maud seems to step in confidence in the direction that they are going, and you do begin to pick up signs of more ruins along the way. You may even stop another night and take out another horror, a small patch of horrors on the way, just, since you were in the area. But you do also start to notice you do also you continue to notice those fallings of vines. And continuing forward, cresting one of these, and actually here I imagine it's fairly flat. You begin, it's a little hard to see against the glimmer of the white, especially in the sunset that you are traveling against. But you begin to make out an ancient walled city, or at least what remains of one. And you know you're getting fairly close once more to the Boundary Gardens. This may even be a site, now that you've gotten your bearings, that perhaps you're aware of. Kalos being from around the area, Marius and Doyle being interested in ruins and exploration and history. This may be a site that you're familiar with, one that has not been extensively studied, but is at least known by some people.
Yeah.
An old city. That seems to be where Maud is going. Traveling on forward, you do get to this walled city. It's old, it's crumbled. But you notice, actually, as you approach the main gate of this city, whether the gate was originally raised or not, you're not certain, but you do notice travel. Footprints. In the snow, in the dirt where the snow has been kicked up. There have been people here recently.
Hmm.
You continue on inside?
That seems like a good plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're doing.
Okay. You continue on inside, and unlike previously in the small town you were in, uh, this is a full city. Full layout, quite a walk should you want to get into the center of this city. And as you are walking into the city, you don't immediately notice any sort of vines or anything, but I imagine you're following these footprints in the snow, in the dirt. You can even see where it looks like there have been small camps set up, packed up at this point, but you can see indentations in the snow, in the dirt. You can see what looks like simple chalk markings on some of the stonework about. You can see where some bouts of stone, whether it's walls or rubble, have been cleaned. You can see where small patches have been uh, dug out and dusted, perhaps something removed from there. Uh, I think you may all have some inclination. It looks like an archaeologist team, or at least some sort of ruin delver investigator team, was either recently here or still is.
Suboptimal if so. Don't like it if still here. Don't like that.
And of course, the sun is setting. Now, you could
Course.
retreat back out of the city, but there's a lot of city. Exploring all of it would easily take a day or more. Do you push forward or you retreat back to camp outside of these ruins?
If we're not sure whether or not there are people in here, Marius votes to push forward.
Yeah.
If there are people in the ruins, he doesn't want to leave them in the ruins after nightfall.
You press on. And as you're moving further into the city, you do start noticing vines. Small.
Yeah.
Not big, thick, moving, pulsing, lashing all about vines. These are small vines that just creep out of some of the stonework, wrap around and sink back in. Maybe a small patch on the side of the road. Nothing that anybody who hasn't shared your immediate experiences would really bat an eye at. But you know these vines. They don't belong here. They're not large like before, but they're ominous. And then you start hearing a commotion from further into the city. It's hard to tell what exactly it is. Sound reverberating through the night, wind howling between the streets, sounds bouncing off of the stonework. Maybe shouting? Maybe combat? You pick up your pace as you head in that direction, I imagine.
That's the plan.
And as the sun sets, you hear a familiar, ghastly wail of horrors. And you see lights begin to pop up in the distance, these familiar will-o-wisps. You rush forward down these streets, and you see opening up into some sort of central courtyard that looked like it may have functioned as a gathering area, maybe a town, city square, market, audience, outside audience area for some sort of administrative center or castle. You're outside of the ruins of some large monumental building. But in there, you see off to one side what looks like ruined tower right next to that administrative building, whatever it may have functioned as. You see people. You see what looks like noticeably many people, but also noticeably two people who are properly kitted out that look like rangers. And they are actively fighting against manifested vines. In thorned creatures, vines that have taken the form of people. They're being assaulted by the Tangle, and then the horrors join in. This three-sided battle. A pair of rangers protecting a small team of archaeologists fighting against manifestations of the Tangle. As a third side, these soldiers from the past rush in and target both the Tangle and the archaeologists. There is a full melee going on in this square, looking like it is assaulting this small contingent of people.
I go help.
I think this is
Yeah, I
when
was
we
gonna
call
say.
for... Yeah,
Mhm.
this is when we start the
This
crisis.
Seems like a good way for us to deal with the horror quickly. What with us flanking it, and then see what we can
You
do about the Tangle.
you would notice that there is actually one particular soldier, one particular ghostly soldier, larger than the rest, clad in armor that seems to glow more than the others in its ethereal glow. One who stands straighter, who has a large sword, large shield. This looks like a commander sort. And they're barking out orders. Of course, this bark simply sounds like extra quick howling of wind in the night. But as you charge forward into this melee, it does turn to you and it says again, "It is returning, and you must not be allowed to feed it." Now, let's jump into this crisis from under the ice. So, let's break this down. This is a whole melee. We have one small army and another small army, Tangle and soldiers, going against a small but defended area. And then there's the three of you. And I do mean small army. This is a whole city's militia that is rallied against a large amassing of Tangle minions. Amongst them, you can see a buck. There are a lot of combatants to deal with here, and therefore, Destroy needs 8 successes. This is a 3-sided battle with 2 armies, and you're a handful of Lone Rangers. So Destroy take on both the Ghosts and the Enthorned, a dangerous encounter, to say the least, likely risking the lives of the innocents caught in the crossfire. Redirect would take 5. Convince the spirits of the past that you, and by extension the archaeologists, do not pose a threat, and are not the inevitable fodder of the Tangle. Or any other means you may wish to redirect the spirits. The Tangle, probably not going to be able to convince them of anything, but the spirits, you might be able to interact with on a more social level, whether it's commanding, intimidating, persuading, whatever it may be. Or outlast, minimally engage with either side, instead choosing to rescue the archaeologists and allow the Ghost Army and the Enthorned to battle each other, and perhaps you'll get lucky and they'll take each other out.
What's the difficulty on that bad boy?
Destroy is 8, redirect is 5, outlast is 5.
Roger.
Okay.
I will also make you aware of an additional rule from the start. You are a ways back from the archaeologist team, but once destroy or outlast has been advanced once, either of them advanced once, you can choose to take a hit for an NPC archaeologist if it is targeted, and they will be targeted.
All right.
So, jumping into this melee with 45 minutes to go, we start off with your side, but of course we're starting off with forming the advantage pool. That is an adaptability tactics roll from all of you. And
Yeah.
likewise, we have some survival specialties and combat specialties to be aware of. Of course, Doyle, you're in ruins again. You start off with 3 successes in the advanced pool right off the bat.
All right.
Then we have Marius, of course, who gets their own addition to the advancements pool. Yeah, rolling tactics. You get +2 successes on the advantage pool.
Okay. Yes.
This is also considered the tundra. Your survival
Yay.
specialty, Brilliant Snow, means that your facets cannot be restricted.
Nice.
And of course, somehow my eyes glazed over this, but Kalos, as a purifier against horrors, the difficulty for you to destroy is reduced by 2.
Yep.
Now you are fighting more than just horrors. It's a mass combat scenario. So going destroy, since you are fighting both horrors and the Tangle, I would say that would only reduce it by 1 because you have to deal with both sides of the problem.
Okay.
But you do get a benefit. I think that's everything. So if you've not rolled... Oh, outnumbered. Of course you are outnumbered.
Yep.
Doyle, once more. You get an extra action every turn.
Yay.
Okay.
So if you've not rolled yet, go ahead and roll me your adaptability tactics roll.
So I got 2 successes and an edge successy,
I got
Okay.
1 success.
plus my 2 guaranteed successes for being a tactician. So 4 or 5.
Let me just form the advantage pool here. I like keeping track of that with physical dice. It's
Same.
just easy for me. Okay, so what do we got? Kat, you were the first to roll, right? So that's 2. And then an edge success. Let's see. Edge success for forming the advantage pool. Pat also got an edge success. But you got more flat successes, more natural successes. I don't know if you would even consider this a detrimental consequence, but since you have the highest amount of successes and this edge success, I would say that the consequence would simply be that you are first targeted.
Oh yeah, the boy takes that.
Yeah.
The boy absolutely very deliberately takes that.
Yeah, you rush headlong into this conflict.
There's innocence there.
Yeah.
His
Let's
friends
see.
are here.
Then we have 1 natural success from Kalos and 1 natural success from Doyle. And Doyle also has an edge success. 4-1. 4-1. 4-1. Let's say with for a single edge success, that's not huge, and we're just forming the initial advantage pool. Let's say let me take a look at your we'll say that you're caught kind of flat-footed. You're unable to respond as quickly in this upcoming turn as you would like, And for this upcoming turn, you would not be able to roll subtlety or adaptability.
I think I'm willing to take that.
Okay.
Hmm.
Got a whole bunch of advantage to start with. From my calculation, we're at 11. Does that sound
Yeah,
right to
that's where
everybody?
I'm at too. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome.
Matches my math.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question
Of
as
course.
our game master, as our dear game master? What are the spell pieces here?
The spell
Yeah.
pieces here. Yes. You are in a combination of ruins and tundra.
Yes.
Where did they go? I know I wrote them down. Okay. So you are going to get history.
Hmm.
History, tragic, destruction, frozen, spear, and hunger.
I could cast a stupid spell if I wanted.
I love all of these words.
Yes. Because one of my assist words is hungry. So I need you to know
Hungry
I'm going to
hunger.
cast hungry hunger.
Nom,
But
nom, nom,
that
nom, 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 nom,
I don't know what that would do.
I feel
And
like
Nefo just goes wild.
just
I goes.
anything that would help the tangle.
Just it spawns 4 hippos on the corner of this plaza.
Now, party, I know that in order to protect the civilians, I know that we're going to need to advance, destroy, or outlast. However, my pitch is redirect. Do either of you plan on advancing, destroy, or outlast this round, or should I?
I mean, I could advance destroyer outlast this round, but I was also thinking more along the lines of redirect.
So, yeah, we get one in from one of the other two so that we're with the people who need to be protected.
Yeah,
And then we go ham on redirect.
yeah.
Okay, I can try. If y'all don't want to do Outlast, I can try Destroy.
Oh, yeah, destroy's easier for you.
Yeah, I mean by 1, but I
Mhm.
mean so it'd be easier to do 5 regardless. But if I play my cards right, it might be doable to get to advance Destroy by 1.
Okay.
And you have a big pool to start off with. I mean,
Yeah,
having to
but
take
I
too many
mean,
of them right off the bat could be dangerous, but you can succeed on that 8 regardless right now if you need to. Or in your case, 7.
Okay. I think I'm not going to use one of my thingies cuz like Marius is an enduring crusader. Their assist pool is with the dead. They have a connection with the dead. So I think his instinct is to appeal to the dead as allies because he's a crusader and for him they are.
Yeah.
So I would like to cast Fearless History.
Okay. What's that all about?
That is about conveying to these spirits what we have done recently.
Okay.
That we have stood against the Tangle and we intend to continue standing against the Tangle.
Okay. So you want to transfer your memories of what you've recently done saving the town to the commander of these spirits.
I'm going to illustrate it with like little moving
Okay. Cool.
images.
So your intention is to advance redirect by 1 then.
Yes.
So that is going to cost a base of 5 because it is 1-to-1 successes to scatter.
Do we want to just kind of leave lots in the pool because we don't know what's happening to us when our turn ends?
I think so.
Do I
For
just want to
now.
take 50% of my nappy time juice?
Just
'Cause
take 5 right off the bat.
I think
I
maybe
mean-
because it's not going to be challenging to get 5. Knock on wood.
I mean, you say that now, but
I'm gonna take half my nappy time juice now, and we can calibrate how much we do or don't take from the pool when we have a better idea of what the encounter is capable of.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So I'm just gonna straight up just cast this
You scatter 5 right off the bat.
using my heart and my feelings.
All right.
Marius is not gonna. I think here's the thing about the big spell from last session. Marius isn't gonna give up on people just because they're dead. And in the city, in the town, it turned out that they weren't dead.
Mm-hmm.
But that was honestly pretty immaterial to him. He wasn't going to give up on them either way.
Okay.
fair.
Yeah, go ahead and narrate how that how you give this knowledge, this fearless history, to the commander of this spirit army.
The commander turns to us and says that we must not be allowed to feed it. And Marius responds almost without thinking, we do not intend to. And from behind him, these sketches of people clad, tons of people clad in armor, the people from the last village, and they just kind of, these little phantoms act out what happened in the last village, how people were saved from the Tangle, and how
And I
we were kind of
imagine
on the front lines of that.
you detail this as a member of the engineering corps and a military in a almost sort of battle plan like strategy layout kind of way, like a football
A little bit
thing.
Oh yeah,
I don't know football.
this is I just realized this is a fellow soldier. So
This is a
that's
fellow soldier.
absolutely-
Yeah.
It's absolutely a soldierly account
Yeah.
of us fighting on the front lines against the Tangle.
There's a recognition to this, certainly, at least from one military mind to another. Not enough to convince him just yet, but he sees and understands that this has been done, and been done in a very competent military fashion. You might be able to outlast the Tangle. You might not be inevitable fodder, but you've not convinced him yet.
Yeah.
Okay. Who's next?
I shall go.
Okay.
Go.
Kalos is on Nepho's back, and she is going to get Nepho to cast Lightning Field.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So once again, the crackle of electricity goes between Nepho's antlers, and I am going to roll a sensitivity long range weapons with the family key, because this is very reminiscent of her time in just on the outskirts of Old Rimehold, where her family was often protected by enduring crusaders, and so as a result she's like, now it is my turn to pay it back.
I like it.
And to pay back what you guys have done for me.
I like it. So for those following along, this is actually one of the abilities, the class abilities in the assist pool. So of course, Kalos's assist feature is Nepho, the Cloud Oak. And one of those abilities is Lightning Field, which we saw last episode to help bring down the side of that building. But yeah, it costs 2 scatter into your assist scatter pool, which has a separate pool of 5 scatter. And yeah, if your attack hits, it does an additional 4 success, or it does regardless an additional 4 successes to your attack roll.
So let me roll my attack roll. Okay. Dang it.
What do we got
So
here?
frustrating.
I have to flip through windows. Yeah, that's a lot of nothing.
It's so frustrating. I'm glad that I cast lightning.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So I have 6 and I need
Mhm.
1 more. So I will take 1 success out of the pool.
Okay.
advance, destroy.
Yeah.
And I will. What's the edge success? Depending on
The
that.
edge success. The edge success. Casting lightning field into this. You know what? Because you're shooting one of these coruscating lightning bolt arrows into a massive fray, I think that one edge success is you. There's some inadvertent friendly fire. Some of that lightning hits one of the rangers that's protecting this other group. They have a narrative amount of HP. I will keep it in mind as things
A
progress.
narrative amount. Carlos is not as interested in saving people as Marius is, so I think she'll take. Yeah, I'll take the edge success narratively.
All right. And it's not something that you even really intend to do. It's like casting fireball in D&D, and there's somebody right at the edge of that radius. Yeah, you just happen to tag them with a little bit of residual electricity. Not the full brunt of the blast, but you accidentally send a little lightning in that direction. That, however, you took 1 from the advantage pool, right?
Yeah. So we're at 10.
Yeah. Okay. And that will advance destroy by 1, meeting the prerequisite for that additional rule. So with this bolt of lightning that gets shot into the area, you see a number of Tangle minions go down, and probably a fair amount of these spirit soldiers disapparate. Maybe not great for your public image in convincing them, but it does allow your group to rush in through this wedge that has been carved out of the melee and get you up next to the other rangers and the archaeologist. Close enough that if you purposely want to throw yourself in front of consequences, you can choose to take a hit.
Okay, there we go.
And then we have not 1 but 2 actions from Doyle.
Go.
I forgot about that. 2 actions.
Yeah. Think for I had a plan, but I'm second guessing it a little bit. I'm not sure I want to jump in and again immediately just take a whole bunch of scatter, but I think that I am going to go ahead and I'm going to cast the spell anyway.
Okay.
Yeah.
What are you casting?
I'm going to cast Hidden Tragic. I want the horror to forget that this is a hopeless battle. I want them to forget that they lost last time and think that they have a chance of winning against the Tangle.
Just to help you contextualize this, from the stele before, you've determined that they did succeed previously in fighting back the Tangle. At
but
least
presumably these ghostly emotions wouldn't be here if they weren't from people that died.
That's true. Yeah. Okay. I think that'll
I
work.
want them to think that they have a chance to survive.
Okay. I think something along the lines of inspiring courage would be more appropriate than forgetting resignation or forgetting fear. How did you put it?
Hidden tragic, hiding
hiding
their
the tragedy
past from them.
Yeah. Glass half full, glass half empty kind of thing. That'll work. Your intent is to what?
My intent is to bolster them against the Tangle. Like, have them,
What mechanical effect would you like to? Are you trying to advance redirect? Or are you trying to give some sort of bonuses?
I'm trying to advance redirect. I want them to. I want the horror to be more hopeful.
Okay.
Almost like I want it to. And my hope there is that if the horror forgets that these are the memories and thoughts and experiences of the people that died to the Tangle, it'll just focus on the fact that, oh, we fought the Tangle, and focus more on them than the archaeologists.
Okay. Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Yeah. Go for it. Um,
okay.
so that is going to be a base of 5 again, unless there are any additional effects that you would like it to have.
No, I think that I have spent a lot of time on the edge of passing out, so I think I'm just going to leave it as a base of 5.
Okay. Are you taking that all to scatter, or are you going to eat up some advantage pool?
I think until we know more of the abilities, I'm gonna just take that as all scatter for now.
Okay. That's 2 of you already at half scatter.
Hence why I didn't want the extra effects.
We're good.
All
Like
right.
I had some ideas for extra effects, but nah, let's not.
That does, though, go right back into your extra turn. So you get to act again.
Yeah, for my extra turn, I was thinking I might actually try and add to the advantage pool
Hmm. Okay.
by rolling understanding tactics and just spending a turn watching how the Tangle is reacting to things, and seeing what seems to prompt results, or what seems to prompt attacks from the horrors, sort of get an idea of how we can better direct everyone.
Okay. So not just observing, but also calling out like, hey, they're doing this, attack from this way. Yeah.
Yes,
Okay.
if you stand over there, you're not going to get attacked by the horror, and it'll intercept some of the Tangle from you, things like that.
All right. Yeah. Understanding tactics. So
Yeah.
that's 2 dice from understanding, 2 dice from tactics, or 1 dice from
Yep.
tactics. 3 die pool.
Ooh.
2 edge successes.
We haven't taken anything out of it yet, but
We're taking one.
oh
so
no,
it's a
we've
10.
taken one out of it
Yeah.
so far. What would the edge success conditions be?
Edge success for 2 or 2. I think with this, you're gonna get 2 edge success. You're gonna get 2 successes in the dice pool, but I think in doing so, you actually misidentify. Uh, you call out something that is incorrect, and that is going to increase the difficulty of the next check by 1.
Uh so 2 for 1 essentially.
Yeah. But you would also have those 2 banked to deal with any consequences that may be coming up.
Yeah, that's true. I think I'm gonna do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So the next check is increased in difficulty by 1. Whether it's redirect, outlast, destroy, whatever it is. Okay.
But we have 2 extra in the pool.
Yep.
Spark.
That
Which,
does
see.
it.
Let's see what's gonna happen.
that puts our advantage pool up to 12.
What
All
does
right.
it?
What sort of problems can I throw at you from under the ice? First of all,
Uh-oh, the lad gets hurt.
That's true, because Marius is the target.
Right.
yeah, you get
Well.
targeted first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've already taken a bunch of scatter.
Oops. I did it for tactics.
Yeah, you did it for tactics. And you did get a real nice, all of you pushing together did get a real nice, push into this fray. So I think what they're going to do first, I think this makes sense. This actually makes a lot of sense, because your previous spell, gifting those thoughts, gifting that history that you portrayed, I think the spirit wants to verify this information, and it's going to use thought
Yeah.
steal.
Oh.
The commander
Uh-oh.
is going to turn towards you and reach out with its spectral energy. Thought steal. It is going to require four successes to negate, but if you don't, you will scatter an additional. You will scatter 3, but the difficulty to redirect on your next turn will be reduced by 1, as it verifies that you are in fact trying to be on its side.
Oh, I take that hit.
Okay, you scatter 3.
I go to 8 scatter. So that means next turn redirect is 4 for everybody or just for me?
For you.
Okay. That's fine.
Then isn't it also that the next one is a +1? The next thing we try to advance is a +1 difficulty?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so then someone
So-
else should go before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So yeah, somebody else knock out the 6 so that I can take the 4.
Okay.
Yeah. Marius is, however, very clearly like 1 foot in the grave, just ghost
Yep.
zone.
Yep.
Ghost zone, but
Okay. I feel like it would be. No, I think that makes sense. While it is trying to verify this information, another contingent of soldiers is going to advance on the 3 of you and use its detain action. This will cost 3 to negate. This increases the difficulty of Outlast until Destroy or Outlast are advanced by 1. Until this time, Rangers cannot take a hit for another Ranger or NPC.
until that second clause, I was like, take
Yeah.
it, why
Uh-huh.
not?
I was all for it until then.
Uh-huh.
How much to avoid? 3, you said?
3.
3, just 3. Oh, but I swear, if the next thing comes up and it's like 10 to avoid, I'm gonna scream.
I vote that we do not tank this.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
We don't want to be arrested. Don't arrest
Yeah.
us.
No.
You want to take 3 from the pool?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I can do basic math. That
Down to
leaves us-
9.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is why I was like, if this thing costs 10 to avoid, I'm gonna yell very loudly in my head.
Okay. So you are not detained. You push through them, you fight them back. Bark orders at them as you try to convince their leader that you are more or less on their side. And are able to stay within close proximity of the archaeologist, which is good because its next action is chilling melee. A target takes 2 damage and cannot use subtlety or sensitivity actions on their turn. If this action targets and hits an archaeologist, that NPC is killed because they are not rangers. They are not as hardy as you are. It will cost 4 to negate. But because this is going to be targeting an archaeologist, they don't have an advantage pool to spend from. You can, however, take the hit. Which
So-
means
Would taking the hit cost 2, or would that be?
it would cost 2. Taking the hit means that you the amount to negate is cut in half, but you choose to take the effects instead of its intended target.
What
I
would
vote-
the effects be? Oh, sorry.
I vote for the boy to take the hit, and I'm going to tell you why. I know the boy's taking a lot of big hits, but half of this attack doesn't work on him because of his survival specialty.
That's true.
Smart.
That's really smart. Oh, no.
So this would just
Shout out
be him
to
taking
Mark.
2 damage.
Mhm.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
So it would cost 2 advantage to save that NPC, and you would take 2 damage. But because of your specialty, your facets of subtlety and sensitivity cannot be restricted.
Yeah.
So we're gonna take that 2. You are down to 7 in the advantage
Yeah.
pool.
I can see no matter how bright the snow is.
And then, because it's 2 armies you're fighting against, it gets another action.
4 actions?
Oh my god.
This is
Because
a big fight.
I literally in my head was like, we could probably win this.
Oh yeah, easy.
Next round.
Other action.
And then I was like,
4. That's so many. We get
Mm-hmm.
4 too,
Yeah, you get 4 too.
thanks to the gentleman with the ruins and the map and the things.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Our good friend Doyle. Thank goodness.
What did everybody just do? Yeah, it was Donna who just struck down a lightning bolt in this crowd, and I think the thorns the Tangle takes offense to that. So it is also going to use its chilling melee against you, but it's specifically
Right.
targeting you. So it's gonna take a full 4 to negate this one. Uh, Ignoring that separate clause, it's not going to kill an NPC. But you would take 2 damage, and you cannot use subtlety or sensitivity next turn.
I'll tank it. I'll tank it. I wasn't planning on using them anyway.
Okay, you'll take your 2 HP damage. Okay, that brings us back to your turn, to our rangers.
Cool. Yeah. Um Marius turns to the other rangers who are with the archaeologists and declares Marius Gaius immovable reporting for duty. And then turns to kind of take up a place surrounding the archaeologists facing outward.
Okay.
And I'm not acting till one of you has.
Yeah, I think one of the other rangers, the one of them that took some damage, because they're all acting in between your turns. The Tangle and the army are all doing other things, minorly doing damage and whatnot to the other group. Uh, yeah, one of the more injured rangers just sort of yells out in response, "Get us the hell out of here!" Who would like to go?
Let me try and formulate a plan.
Plan, 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 plan.
I think for I think I'm finding my skills somewhat limiting at the moment. Um, Let me just double check check one of my skills in the book here. Okay, would I be able to use uh the humanity skill to try and convince the horror to attack the Tangle instead of us? Once again, advancing redirect.
Um, it's already very much attacking the Tangle, but it would be more convincing them that you're
Not
on
to
their
attack the
side,
other
not to
humans.
attack you, not to attack the other humans. That you are upholding the battle that they were fighting before. That you're on the same side.
Yeah, yeah. Like, would I be able to use the humanity skill to convey that to the horrors?
I I I think so. I believe so. Because there is a separate politics skill. But as far as humanity, if we take a look at that, I need to scroll all the way down to all of the. Where are you? Playing the game, right? That's where that is.
So it
Skills.
says humanity is the ability to deal with people on a one-to-one basis, sheer people skills. So subtlety in humanity would be telling a lie.
Mm-hmm.
Understanding humanity would be remembering specific words someone said to you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um,
Yeah, this could be a more one-to-one between you and the commander. because I don't think politics really would go into this, because I think that's even larger scale than just I mean, it does say a mob or a crowd of villagers. I could see argument for whether you're talking to the soldiers as a whole or whether you're talking to the commander, but talking to the commander would be humanity, if it makes
Yeah.
sense to your character to be able to engage with the leader of a military. And how you would go about doing that, because we could just roll, but I would no, it would be cool if you actually had a speech or some role play that you would like to back this up.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about using subtlety. It's not quite a lie, but I think it might be seen that way from the perspective of a horror. Essentially just go to him and say, we are not your enemy. We are trying to stop this from repeating, and killing that deer is the start. And I'd point out the buck and say, essentially, the fewer humans, the fewer of us who die in this battle, the easier it is to stop what happened to you from happening again.
I'm not sure this would be subtlety, because you're not lying. You're not trying to convince them of a falsehood. I think this would be more either understanding or sensitivity.
Yeah, I just thought the "we are not your enemy" might be seen as a lie from the perspective of a horror, but
But
I
you're trying to
do kind
convince
of
them
feel
that
like
that's
it
not a
is
lie.
more. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I feel like that would be more understanding,
Mm-hmm.
or sensitivity, but I would be better off doing it with understanding.
Okay. Yeah,
I can't
that'll
I
work.
can't think of a convincing lie to tell the horror about this, so I'm
Right.
gonna go with that one.
Okay. So that'll be 2 dice from understanding, 1 dice from having a skill in humanity, and you need 5 successes to advance
Yep.
redirect.
Yep, that's true. Trying to think if there's a way to work my key into this, like, oh, look at that, horrors have the ability to understand things. Isn't this a wondrous world kind of thing,
Mm-hmm.
maybe?
You only have 1 key left, and that is wondrous.
I mean, if you'll allow that, then yes, I will add that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't think so. It's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah.
Okay, well let's see how many successes I can get, and then I'll decide if I'm taking any from the pool.
And of course, if you don't get enough and the cost is too high in the pool, you can just choose to fail the action.
Yep.
So that's 2 successes. 6, 5, and 2 is 2 successes. So you would need to draw 3 from your pool of 7 currently.
Ooh. 3 from the pool of 7. I have another action I can try and add to the pool later.
Yeah.
I'll take those and then try and add to the pool later.
No, actually, I'm forgetting that +1 difficulty. So you actually have to reach 6. You have to take 4 from the
Right.
pool.
Right, you're
I
right.
was keeping my mouth shut because I was like, oh, ain't paying
I
attention.
forgot about that.
GMs, keep a note card with all of your buffs you just created on the fly.
Yeah, that's a fair point.
That's good GM advice.
Yeah.
Um All right, I think I'm gonna go ahead and choose to fail that one
Okay.
and leave those for somebody else. And for my next action, I think I'm going to once again um, try and use tactics to add to the pool.
Okay. Whether success or failure, you did make that check, so that does eat up that penalty of increased difficulty.
Yep.
So
Okay.
yeah, how are you narratively, how are you increasing the pool this time?
Well, that since calling things out didn't work quite as well as I thought it would. Um, I think I'm going to use adaptability and tactics to see if there's anything nearby I can use to like help usher out the archaeologists while
Sure.
or rather help them to survive rather than
Find a more defensible location or an escape route.
yeah
Okay.
look for something in the environment that might be useful to them.
Okay. What are you rolling for this?
I was thinking adaptability tactics, but it might be more like adaptability survival.
Uh, I think it would. I think it would be more tactics because you are
Okay.
a tactical retreat or finding a place to hold up. I think that is tactics. Um, Adaptability. Yeah, that'll work. That'll work. Finding things I think is more sensitivity, whereas using things is more adaptability.
Mm,
But I think for the sake of time, we'll go
okay.
for it.
Okay, so that is going to be 4d6. Oh,
It's a lot of edge successes.
that is a lot of edge
Oh,
successes. That's a tempting amount of edge
Wow.
Yeah,
oh, that's
successes.
yeah,
that's one success and three edge successes,
yep,
listeners.
yep.
That is. Mm,
Oh
Yummy.
no.
all
Look
right,
at all
what's
that yummy. Yummy, yummy.
Okay, for 3 edge successes, because that is a big difference between adding 1 to the pool or adding 4 to the pool at this moment. Um, Trying to find an escape route or some place to hold up. Um, I think you do find a better place for them to hold up, and in directing them to that place, they have to move through the fray to get to this other location. Um, I think for those 3, I'm gonna keep it narrative again. I think for those 3 edge successes, you lose one of the NPC rangers. They have to sacrifice themselves to make sure the NPCs get to where they're going.
mm,
Unless you
I
want to counter
don't.
bargain. But it has to be worth 3, which is a big number when adding to the success and the advantage pool.
It is a big number. I'm not sure it's worth it to lose a full-on ranger as an asset. Uh, that might not be worth the risk there.
Can I make a pitch?
Go for it.
Maybe Doyle is calling on this like instinctive infiltrator knowledge of ruins that Doyle has as a beckoning infiltrator. And what I'm trying to say delicately is maybe some scatter is gained. Doyle's at 5 of 10.
Mm-hmm. What
So
would
like
cause you to
1 per
scatter?
success capped, 2 per success capped. 2 per success capped would make 3 impossible, but
Mm-hmm.
you
yeah.
could establish a sliding scale with that, and then maybe Doyle could take a nap.
Doyle just
Yeah,
passes out.
Please don't
yeah,
take a nap because we need both your turns.
Yeah, yeah. I the other thing, the only thing I could think of other than that would essentially be, in the process of directing them and ushering them, I have to turn my back to danger and maybe I take some damage, but
yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah. You're otherwise uninjured at this point. I
yeah, I have
think.
5 scatter and I am not on the verge of dying at the moment.
Yeah, I think you'd be able to identify that particular ranger would be targeted, would have to sacrifice himself to get the rest of this crowd someplace else, and you can take his spot. But that would be a 2 per 1 kept scale. You'll take 2 damage for each edge success you take.
Ooh. Going from 0 to 6 on damage. I think for the sake of adding 3 to the pool, I'm willing to do it.
Okay, you're going to take all 3.
Knowing that I could potentially, potentially soak damage next turn using those 3, but,
Sure. Okay. Yeah, you are moving a a decent sized group of people through 2 armies with 2 injured rangers and yourself directing this miniature exodus. Yeah, you basically have to throw yourself between 2 armies, and you're being assaulted from one side by a mass of thorns, and by the other, a full military lineup of ghostly militiamen, and you have to take some serious punishment to ensure that these guys get where they're going. You're throwing yourself in front of blows, pushing enemies out of the way, pushing people out of the way. You are well scattered and pretty battered at the moment, but you added dice to the success pool, and the innocents are in a better defensible location.
okay.
I did just check. I do have some time because they're running late, fortunately. So let's keep playing this out.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to do a thing.
Go for it.
Wait. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Go.
I mean, it's if Kalos is saying wait, I'll leave that to Kalos and
Yeah.
Marius.
If you want to do first, you go for it.
No. Wait. But aren't you? Doesn't somebody have to advance the pool before you can do your 4 to redirect?
Earl already made an attempt.
It was the attempt,
Yeah.
not an advancement that had to be made.
Okay.
Yeah. It was a lesser penalty.
So, what I would like to roll is adaptability mid-range weapons.
Oh,
Marius is like, you know what? I am just going to let combat do the talking here, and I am going to I'm advancing redirect by demonstrating how committed I am to defeating the Tangle with physical combat.
How is that adaptive?
Adaptability? Because I don't want to roll daring, because I'm bad at it.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough of an excuse.
Then I guess I'm rolling daring mid-range weapons.
It sounds like a dare. Yeah, if you're letting combat speak for you, that sounds daring to me.
I made a pitch. It's okay. I have a backup plan. Whee!
Ooh.
2 successes.
Only 2 dice, 1 from daring and 1 from your skill, but you did get a 5 there, so that is a success. You need 5.
I need 4.
Actually, for you only need 4. Yeah.
I'm going to use an assist ability.
Go for it.
This attack is a miss. One of the things is one of the assist pool, the dead guide your strike.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna re-roll an attack with 2 additional dice.
I love your assist pool.
So he's a necromancer, kind of.
What ghostly ally operates on your side and helps direct this arrow you're sending out?
I think it's a spear strike that it is going wide, and then there's just this. It looks like a flurry of blown snow that just takes the shape of a crusader, like Marius.
Okay.
It might have been somebody he knew who kind of reaches around his arm and corrects him.
Okay. So go ahead and roll again.
This time for 1 and an edge.
Okay.
Which is slightly more.
Slightly, yes.
Than before.
Now remind me, does that add to the one you already have, or is that a full reroll?
It's a fresh roll.
It's a fresh
It's a
roll.
reroll.
Okay. So you still need 4. You have 1 flat and an edge success. So you're gonna have to roll at least 2 of your pool of. You're actually now back up to 10.
11 by my math.
11? Sure.
I
Why
had
not?
1 real success and then 3 edge successes.
Right. Yes. That
4,
is
yeah.
correct. 11. Then very good. Thank you for catching that. Okay, for that 1 edge success, you are letting combat do the talking. So I think the other side is going to let combat do the talking too.
Yeah.
Again, you're fighting two armies. That means 2 for 1 kept damage. 2 damage.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll take that hit. And then I'll take 2 from the pool to take us to 9 and advance redirect once.
Okay. That puts redirect at a total of 3.
I am demonstrating how serious I am
Yeah.
about this.
You throw this spear, but in doing so, before you were able to draw whatever your follow-up weapon is, you are assaulted on both sides by just to have it actively enter the fray. I think the buck charges you, and you are
Ah!
caught, between a wall of soldiers that you kind of back into a shield row of, have to bounce off of, and a buck slams into you.
Big. Ow.
That does eat up your bonus.
Does.
Okay. And that was both the Doyle's actions and Marius's action. So then we have Kalos, who cannot use subtlety or sensitivity this action.
Yes. What exactly do you think would make sense for like a redirect? Like what exactly are we trying to achieve in redirect? We're trying to prevent the two armies from attacking.
In redirect specifically, you're trying to convince the spirit that you are fighting on their side so that they stop attacking yourselves or the archaeologists and instead focus on the Tangle. And between yourselves and the ghostly soldiers, you should be able to overwhelm the Tangle with no problem. But it's a 3-sided battle at this point. So it's convincing them that you're actually on the same side and turning it into a 2-to-1, normal 2-sided battle.
Okay.
Oh no.
I don't. Okay. I'm not sure if this is a good spell cast. I'm gonna cast Beautiful History to try and convince the spirit that we have a beautiful history and that we are on their.
So kind of like a charm effect.
Yeah. And just,
Okay.
trying to paint this image of you don't need, like, you can join us. Like, you've joined us before. It's worked out great for you. And if you continue to, or not even that, or maybe like allies who've joined our forces have found.
Yeah. Let me pitch something.
Mhm.
You notice an insignia on them, and and how are you trying to? Are you trying to convince them with a skill, or are you casting a spell? First off,
I'm casting a spell.
right. I think if you wanted to, you could try to mimic their uniforms and convince them that you are in fact, if not their descendants, at least allies of their current fight,
Oh, that's
or
smart.
whatever you want to do. That's just a pitch.
Yeah, I think that'd be good. So it's like I cast like beautiful history and then take on the form. I guess then the magic would manifest, enveloping and like swirling around Kalos. And then almost like magical girl style, she's able to transform into their uniform and say like, we're not your enemies, like we are on your side, and let's take this out together.
Convince them that you share a history, you're in the same experience, whether you're ghostly or not. Yeah.
Mm.
I like it. Yeah. So your intent is to advance redirect, right?
Yes.
So that's going to require 5 scatter.
Yep.
Baseline. Do you want any extra abilities? And would you like to take that to scatter, the pool, or a combination of both?
Could Kalos also enshroud both Doyle and, I don't know if I do it with Marius, but maybe? Do I have to do it?
I'd imagine this would envelop all of them anyway, because you're advancing redirect as a whole, really.
Oh, gotcha.
If you, let's see, convincing them that you're on their side, if you wanted to give them like if you wanted to give them like a temporary shield or something, Like the spirits won't attack them next turn. The next time they would do damage, the damage is negated, or reduce the amount of successes that would be required to negate an effect from the army next turn. That could be a bonus you could use, but it probably
Oh, I see.
increase the amount of scatter you would have to take doing so.
No, I think I'm gonna just do it at 5.
Okay. Are you
Yep.
taking the 5 scatter?
Mhm.
Okay. All 5 scatter. That puts redirect at 4, and you're still at 9 dice in the pool. Which is fortunate
let's
because I actually get a second crisis turn this time. All right.
Yeah. For you.
Yeah.
You have a nice amount of successes though in your
Yeah.
advantage pool. So let's see. You guys have been pretty active on spells. So I think what we're going to do here. Yeah, that second clause really doesn't affect any of you, but I think that's fine. This might be something you just decide to take, but with the combat going as it is, I think this is you're entering into the final push, the final hurrah to this combat. Final clashing of these two sides, both wearing down, both trying to bolster themselves up and smash into each other one more time. The spirits around are going to emit a harrowing aura. And you can feel this. It vibrates through your skull, sending this sense of anxiety. It would take 5 to negate, and casting spells on the next turn would require 1 additional scatter. Additionally, you can't use daring actions. But none of you are using daring actions anyway.
You made me do
You,
one
you
on my
did, yeah, you
turn.
did actually take a daring action, so I mean, it could come up.
You made me.
That would be
I
direct
wasn't
combat.
Yeah.
Um.
Look, spending 5 means we're gonna get clobbered. Hey, because there's 3 more turns, and
Mhm.
that will leave us with 4 in the pool. So spending 5 does mean we're gonna get clobbered, is the thing.
Also, will say that we are 1 away from redirection. Like, as long as we advance redirection 1 more time, we're fine.
It's
Like,
just
yeah.
if you plan
It's
to rely on spells this next turn, it's gonna increase the
Yeah.
scatter cost.
nah. And
Yeah,
and also we could pull out of the advantage pool to cast a spell if we wanted to.
Mhm.
So let's wait. Let's not. Let's just take this and then see what.
Yes. So what happens is we can't cast spells or be daring?
You can cast spells, but it increases the scatter. Casting spells
Oh.
requires 1 more scatter than it otherwise would, and you can't
Okay.
take daring actions.
Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna be tough.
Doyle, you good with that?
yeah, I think I am.
Okay. So you take that. You are enveloped by this harrowing aura. I realize I've written something in here that that could lead to a very problematic feedback loop. Is that intended? Would that be? I don't think that would be fair to use as a 1-2 punch. No. I'm glad I caught that. I think, however, mm, 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 mm. Yeah, there's going to be some interesting GM insights for when I post this crisis. So if you're interested in that, go check out the support sites because I realize something now that we're actually in combat. But I think with this, we're gonna go back to its intended 1-2 punch, and that is. It has 4 actions. It's taken 1. It's going to try to detain you at this point. So that would require 3 to negate. And the difficulty of Outlast. Increase the difficulty of Outlast until Destroy or Outlast are advanced by 1. But the more important key of that is until this time, until you advance Outlast or Destroy by 1, you cannot take a hit for another Ranger or NPC.
Just like last time, I don't want this one to happen. I want to spend 3.
Sound good?
Yeah.
The
All right.
lad loves taking hits for people. He just loves to
Okay.
do it. It's his favorite thing
Just-
to do. It's his favorite, and it makes
I
him
know.
happy
I know,
Okay.
I'm just worried.
when he
These
gets
are
his ass
things.
kicked.
Mm-hmm.
And the lad is very much getting his ass kicked today, but sorry. He's suffering greatly.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And I think just as we'll start with another chilling melee because that's the second part of this 1-2 punch. A mass of these thorn creatures are going to go after some of the archaeologists. So
No.
you would have to take the hit for them, which would require 2 advantage spent, and you will take 2 damage, and subtlety and sensitivity cannot be used on your next action.
Yeah, the boy wants to take that hit again.
Marius has thrown himself on that. All
Goodbye,
right.
Marius.
He'll be fine.
2 more damage to Marius. Okay.
Which it is a total of 8 damage.
Yep.
Is he doing great? No.
You're still hanging in there.
But
Okay.
he's in one piece.
And then, just as before, because it was Doyle who attempted to convince them of something and failed. And I think the commander is once again going to turn to Doyle this time and Thought Steal. That's going to take 4 successes, or 4 from your advantage pool if you want to negate it.
Which
But
is what we have.
You scatter
do.
3, but the difficulty to redirect is reduced by 1 on your next turn. I don't know if you can scatter 3.
I can. I've only taken 5 scatter.
Okay, I
Oh,
thought
I
you were
would-
up to
if you
8.
do that,
Oh, well.
no matter what, we'll be able to advance redirect.
Maybe I'm up to 8. I thought that I took normal damage instead of scatter damage, though.
Right, yeah. Is somebody else up to 8?
I am.
You're up to
Yeah.
8. That's who was up to 8.
Because I took the
It's-
brain squish.
Yeah,
It's
Yeah.
just, it's weird that I'm only at 5 scatter
yeah.
this far into combat. But
was hoping to
am
knock
only
somebody
at
out.
5 scatter.
I was hoping to knock somebody out, but it makes more narrative sense to do this to Doyle, so I'm going to stick with
I
it.
mean, Doyle might be knocking himself out next turn anyway.
Okay.
We'll see. But yeah, I think I'll take it.
Okay, you take 3 scatter, and for you, so for Doyle, redirect is reduced by 1.
Okay.
Okay, that is all 4 of its actions. Of course, the other rangers and archaeologists do continue to be minorly battered. Not as much now that they're in a better defensible location and not enough to take any of them out or anything, but it's still a large fray of combat. That's going to bring us back around to you guys. You have 4 actions and only need to advance redirect by 1 at this point. You are still sitting on 4 dice in your advantage pool.
Does anyone have a decisive action, or should I contribute to the pool?
I have an idea of what I wanted to do with a spell, but I'm having trouble with our current spell pieces to make it work. I think I need to know a little bit more about how horrors work. When horrors are attacking people and things like that, what is that? Is that like, would you say that is because of a hunger towards humanity or something, or is that just like their nature?
Each horror is something different. They're manifestations of memories or strong emotions, or events that left. They're like ghost hauntings, really.
Yeah.
So in this instance, they are the ghostly specters of ancient soldiers who are convinced that anybody living is just fodder for the Tangle. They will eventually be overrun. They will eventually grow the Tangle. So the best way to deal with the Tangle is to kill its food.
Okay, I think I can work with that. So my idea for this is to use hidden hunger. We're gonna hide the other rangers and archaeologists from the soldiers so they don't see them as food for the Tangle.
Okay. Okay. This sounds more like an outlast move than a redirect move, though.
Well, if they don't see them, they don't know that they're there, and they can only target the Tangle or us.
Right, which is outlasting the conflict rather than convincing them that that the lot of you, living or not, are on the same side. You're hiding the
That's
problem rather than
mm,
redirecting the problem.
that's fair. All right, let's see what else I could potentially do.
I like the idea, it's just the wrong goal.
Could I potentially use revolution hunger to convince them that those are soldiers in their own army rather than fodder for the Tangle?
Revolution, hunger. I'm not.
I
I
mean, if
don't.
that doesn't work, that doesn't work. Don't like
Yeah,
force it on my account.
I
It's
don't think
just
that really makes sense to me the way you pitched it. Plus,
yeah,
Kalos kind
it
of
doesn't really.
just pretty much convinced them of something similar, and I think
Yeah,
the way
yeah.
she went about doing it made more sense to me than that.
Hmm.
Um, I think I want to add to the pool if you're still kind
Mhm.
of doing considerations.
Yeah, I'm definitely still doing considerations. This
Okay.
has not made my turn easier.
I'd like to roll understanding tactics to contribute to the pool.
Okay.
Marius is he's fully like he's extremely scattered, so I think there's a part of him that's just like part of the ghosts. Like this is my army, I'm one of the ghosts too,
Mm,
and is definitely going to be trying to lead them in executing some maneuvers against the Tangle.
okay. As a crusader and your connection to the dead anyway, yeah, you might just be able to slip into the formation.
Especially as I've largely scattered.
Yeah, largely scattered, taking quite a beating.
Yeah.
You're fairly close to death, or at least sizable unconsciousness.
It's definitely almost nap time for the boy. So that's 4 dice plus 2 successes for tactics having.
Right. Yeah, that is not only for the initial roll. It's any.
Okay. So 2 and an edge success.
Okay.
I don't think I'm going to bother with the edge success. I think I'm just going to bring us up to 8 and give the party lots of wiggle room for literally whatever it is they want to do.
I have 6 in the because it's we were at 4. You
Yep.
have the 2 natural there and 2 front. Yeah, that's 8. Yep.
Yeah.
I can math.
That's all right.
Or more, I couldn't appropriately identify numbers.
One thing that's great about having a shared pool is that it's pretty easy for everyone to keep track of, and
Yeah.
kind of like if somebody makes a math problem, everyone's kind
Mhm.
of on it.
I do definitely appreciate you guys also keeping track of the pool, because I know some tables, if there's a
Yes.
shared resource, one person is the manager of that resource, and it usually does. Some more GM insight. If there's a shared resource, multiple people should be keeping an eye on it. So just like Kat said, you can verify.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're up to 8 in the advantage pool. Very good. Yeah, you slip into this formation. At this point, you've dropped into full soldier mode, kind of distant. You probably a little with your crusader ability. They there's a fellowship that they identify with, especially for advancements into redirect. So you can help point things out and provide tactics for the group and the spirit army as a whole going forward.
Yeah.
Donna, Pat, what do you guys have?
Donna, do you have any solid ideas?
I was thinking about something, but then it's not like flashy. It's not like a flashy way to end things. So I was like, Pat, if you want to go again with like a spell.
I'm not seeing a lot in my spell list that I could do to redirect. I could do a lot to outlast,
Mm.
but not a lot of redirect. So I think, I mean, what we use to end this doesn't necessarily have to be flashy. It has to be
Mhm.
effective.
Yeah.
So
Oh, okay, that's fine. I will make an understanding politics roll.
Okay.
okay.
And to advance redirect, so basically understanding where, this essentially this very large like mob or village or crowd,
Hmm.
right? And interacting with on a large scale, understanding where they're coming from, and then being able to essentially redirect their intentions to fight alongside us.
So I imagine this is an impassioned speech to the militia.
But
Do you, Donna, have an impassioned speech for me?
no, but I that's why I was like, yo, Pat, I'll uh so okay, I'll whip one. I got okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I imagine Kalos kind of stands in front of the crowd, the militia, and is
Do
like,
you take off on Nepho?
"Oh, that's a good idea." Yeah, so Nefo's like wings are
And you
beating,
said
and you
it
can
wasn't
hear
flashy.
it
I'll
flashing.
make it flashy.
And so yeah, so Kalos is on Nefo's back, and she's looking down at the militia, and she's got their attention, right? Because Nefo is a very large creature, stands out. Not a lot of people are gonna say it, and she says like, friends, like we are on the same side. Many of you have helped me when I was young. Many of you have helped my family. I owe my life, my future, my past, and my present currently to you. So I urge you all to follow me and my comrades and take out something that's going to threaten the lives of those we care about.
Yeah. I like it. I like it. No, that's great. I imagine you're up on Nepho. There's some spark of electricity between his antlers. You take out your bow and maybe fire a shot up in the air just to get everyone's attention, like a little flare or something. In the air, Nepho does a bucking motion, even though he doesn't really have to because he's flying. And you just look majestic up there, and you throw out this speech, and the commander, they're all looking up at you. Of course, still plenty of them engaging with the enemy, but looking up at you. There's a sense of recognition. They look amongst your other comrades. They see that you have been helping fight this entire time, been strategically minded in how you're doing it. Marius is literally in formation with the rest of them. Doyle has taken hits to ensure the safety of civilians. You point all of this out. You plead for them and encourage them to continue the fight past death onto those who are still living. The Tangle can be overcome, and there is a general just hoorah and excitement from the army
Yes.
as you bolster the army. There's a clattering of ghostly weapons on shields, that standard hoorah hoorah as the army forms up once again. Marius in their information, you flying ahead, sort of at the above, but at the front line of this charge. Those looking towards the civilians turn in inspiration to you, join in the battle cry, turn towards the Tangle, and you charge.
Yeah.
You do still have to roll, but you have enough to just buy it off. So go ahead and roll just to
Yeah.
see what it comes up
I'm
to.
buying it.
Yeah. The speech itself, naturally, I mean, you rolled 3 dice, you got a 2, 3, and 4. That's a whole lot of nothing, but you can afford to just buy off five successes there and advance
Yay.
redirect.
Yep.
Okay.
Yay!
Yay. No.
s-
Thank God, because Marius was looking a little rough.
yeah.
Oh
Both.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. So
The boy was about to become a ghost for sure.
with the ghostly army refocused entirely solely on the Tangle, there is that one final push, army against army, this time bolstered with yourselves, bolstered with your inspiration and help, actual physical help in the conflict, and this one ghostly army and the three of you, the other two rangers, probably join in as well now that they're not having to also defend against the ghosts, rush into the Tangle. The battle continues for probably several more minutes of just hacking and slashing and dodging and parrying and bashing of the Tangle. But eventually, exhausted, you realize around you there is nothing but the broken bodies of woodland creatures and the remains underneath of those masses of Tangle, those humanoid masses of thorny vines. You realize they were not entirely animate vines. They were wrapped around the frozen, preserved corpses of presumably, perhaps even some of the ghostly soldiers that are fighting at your side. But with all of the vines slashed apart, laying limp and unmoving, brittle upon the ground, the battle is over. And shortly after, with no more enemies in sight, all but the commander of this ghostly army disapparate into the ether, leaving this ghostly commander, the three of you, and the archaeologist and their rangers, all of you pretty scattered and battered.
Marius salutes.
Okay. I think with that we will end here because we're half an hour early and I do have to get going. Or we're half an hour late and I need to get going. That's where we're gonna end. The battle stops. The soldiers disapparate. The three of you stand there facing the commander. Marius salutes. And the commander's going to stand at attention and give you a nod. And Maud is going to walk up. Maud has been in the periphery most of this time. She's not a combatant, but they have once again been focusing on taking in information, performing a ritual, looking into the history and the past life of this area, from a visions perspective. And I think they're going to walk up to the commander and shake its hand. And we're going to end there. As we pull back away from the town, we see clear evidence of battle, red melted snow in patches, bodies laying on the ground, fine mist of scattered ethereal remnants. As we pull back over the ruins of this town, far up into the sky, and there's that rush of wind once more, and if we had smell-o-vision, it would smell of roses.
Again.
And the camera, or whatever it may be, zooms off southward, down past the lavender fields, the barrier gardens, the boundary gardens, down into old Cloudcomb, into the Goatholm expanse. As it gets darker and darker, unnaturally dark against the recently set sun. and we start seeing thick briar patches, row after row, forming a maze, a labyrinth around what looks like an entirely overrun, spiked mass of vines around an ancient city. And at the center, this writhing, gigantic mass that at first, again, looks like just a tower or a castle overrun in spiked vines. And then it breathes. And it opens its eyes, and you see a piercing glare of red. And it begins to stand. And as it does, it shoots off barrage after barrage of thorns. And is silhouetted by a black drop of an orange moon in the sky, ominous clouds. And then we'll fade for the day.
Well, that's certainly a problem.
Yeah.
We have problems for sure.
Okay. That was fun. Went a little bit over again, but again, I have to applaud you guys for some great roleplay in the first half of this show, of this game. Definitely gave me a lot more to discuss and a lot more for the audience and for you guys to engage with, as role players. And this is a role-playing game. It's not just going from one area to another, doing skill checks and having combat. So I definitely applaud the brilliant roleplay that you guys did earlier.
Hey, team.
Yeah, and we still got everything in a little bit over. So thank you for audience members for sticking in for an extra half hour. Thank you guys, my players, for sticking in an extra half hour. We're gonna get going. I'm going to have to check to see if I have time for an after show today. If not, we're gonna try to do an extended after show next week if we can. We'll try to work out schedule, but I imagine next episode is going to be pretty packed as well. If you couldn't tell from our cinematic ending there. Okay, so to wrap things up, to keep this quick, I had a blast today. Thank you for joining us. This has been the third episode of 4 in the Creeping Tangle, our Heroic Chord demo play mini-series. If you caught this one and for some reason didn't catch the prior 2, go back and watch that. Everything will make a lot more sense, and absolutely brilliant episodes. Every one of these have been so fun for me to, help direct you guys to watch your story unfold in this crisis that I've set up. And we have our big finale next week, so join us next Sunday, same time, 2 p.m. EST, right here for the big finale of the Creeping Tangle, and that's going to end our demo play series. After that, we'll still have one more episode left in RPGs Uncovered for Heroic Chord. That is going to be pretty much a post-game, post-experience interview with the creator, with myself, of course, with the players, even you guys as audience. If you have questions about how the game works, any secrets or insights you'd like in the actual show of the demo play, our own extended sort of after show, and a sort of analysis once again after play, after actively getting our hands on these rules, an analysis of the system and the rules, tools, and themes of it. And I'm really looking forward to that because I've had so much fun playing this game. Okay, and that will, unfortunately, not next week, but the week prior, be the conclusion to the second season of RPGs Uncovered. Let's see, anything else coming up? We just did 2 awesome interviews of my new series, Whip Workshop, Work in Progress Workshop, which are available on Twitch VOD right now. Once you're done with this, you can go back and take a look at those. They are both about 2 hours apiece. Depending... I get so into these interviews. I keep telling them, it'll be about an hour and a half, and then we're 2 hours in. I'm like, I need to cut down on my questions. But a lot of great insight from two amazing creators about two amazing games. Go check those out. It was Shiver, which is a horror game, and C22, which is a sci-fi cyberpunk game. They're both currently on Kickstarter. You can find information on those, in the VOD. Follow them on Twitter. They are both in the People's Ascension Discord channel, so come hang out with them there. Check out the links to their products and their Kickstarter there. And finally, once again, on Saturday, March 19th, not next Saturday, but the Saturday after, we have part 2 of our Lugon Project setting highlight. And that is a Pathfinder First Edition high fantasy setting about magic and mystical creatures and how they would have progressed in a sort of evolutionary sciences take. And it has a really fun non-Vancian magic system. And I love my non-Vancian magic. Really interesting subclasses, amazing new monsters that he's created, and with the setting that he's going to be putting out, or at least kickstarting pretty soon. So much amazing art, so much amazing lore and stories that have been written about that. So you can find them on the Discord as well, and they're all over Twitter, and you can definitely find them, through the People's Ascension Twitter, and go support them. That's everything I have coming up, I believe. So I'll throw it back to my players to take us out. And once again, thank you so much for being here, guys, and thank you so much for yet another amazing episode. Every time, you guys, every time. Yeah. So let's go in reverse order here. Pat, yeah, thanks for being with us.
Thanks for having me on. I mean, you took a chance on somebody with no streaming experience whatsoever, and I really appreciate that.
And you're a natural.
I also appreciate that. I did go to school for broadcasting, so I know my way around a microphone, but I'm Pat, or Badger, Badger the Cynic on Twitch and Twitter. I don't have anything that is actively going, but shortly after this series, I'm going to start streaming a Savage Worlds game that I've been playing for 2 years now with my own group. We're gonna do the next chapter live for the internet. So,
All right, looking forward to that. Donna, you have some things going on, but I understand you also have a few of those pesky what are they called? NDAs. Yeah.
Yes. Hello, everyone. My name is Donna. I had fun as usual, and I'm very, very sad that next week will be the last episode of this campaign. You can find me on Twitter at Shabro. That's XIABRO. And that's where you'll find out the things that I've been up to that I can't talk about because of NDAs. So always a blast. Very happy to be here. Very sad it has to come to an end, but all good things must come to an end, as they say.
And of course, our main reason for being here, the creator of this fantastic game. That's you, Kat. Hello.
Yes.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for all this. Thanks for being an amazing player. What do you have for us?
This is super fun. I'm having a very, very good time, and I'm looking forward to having a good time next week. The main thing I'm plugging right now is Solo But Not Alone, which is a bundle of 101 single-player TTRPGs. That's games you can just kind of sit down and enjoy by yourself without having to convince your friends to give them a try, for a $10 donation to suicide prevention organization Jasper's Game Day. It's only going to be live until the 9th, so if this has been on your radar, but you haven't picked it up yet, time's running out. Please do.
All right.
And also, if you check my Twitter, I do games and stuff, but really the important thing right now is the bundle.
Yeah. And I just threw that in chat as well, so you can go check that over there. And of course, I will also throw in the Heroic Chord website once more, or the Peach Garden Games website, because there's a lot more to it than just this one game. All right. Cool. So that is going to wrap us up for today. I think that covers everything. I'm super excited for next week. I have my own plans. We'll have a quick discussion amongst the four of us, as to an after show. But keep an eye out on the support sites for when that drops. I know I did drop the last Crisis, and if it hasn't been posted yet, it will be shortly. The Discovery stuff we did last week, and I have plenty more to post. Obviously, this Crisis, and I'm really waiting on putting out all of Maud's secrets on there as well. So some great stuff coming to our Ko-fi and
Yes.
Patreon. So go check that out if you like what we're doing. All right. So with that, I'm gonna leave you with that. As always, everybody stay safe, stay healthy, stay happy, keep having fun out there, and keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs uncovered content. And yeah, if you find yourself trapped between two armies and they're fighting over food or something, it's always a good idea to have a spare satchel of heart tomatoes, because that's the best food. It's the best food. Good night, everybody. Take care, everyone.
Yay!
Bye bye.
Bye bye.